젠지 파이팅! 파이팅!
Plus Kia fighting.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We're back here and it's Gen G finally showing up after a long time up against D plus Kia, who barely got across the line against DRX, and were chosen by Gen G unsurprisingly. Gen G feeling pretty good about their current performance at the LCK Cup, have not dropped a single game, and they have a very long win streak against D plus Kia. How are you feeling about this one, Ox?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been a while since we've seen one of these teams. Obviously, D Plus have had, what, it's been like, how many hours since they...
Less than a day.
Yeah, not much time since we've seen them play, actually. And for Gen G, they've had a little bit of time off. We had them take a little bit of a hiatus, and hopefully this is a closer match between the two teams, but I think a lot of people expected this to be very Gen G favored. It was Gen G who picked D Plus in the matchup here, and I think that's kind of expected because of the fact that Gen G did have a little bit of a rough game one against BNK FearX, despite the fact Gen G are undefeated in game score. Like game one against BNK FearX was a bit closer, whereas they completely washed D+, so not too much of a surprise with their decision, but I think either opponent, based on what we've seen from Gen G so far, would have been fairly comfortable. They are heavy favorites in every matchup, it feels, and this record is a little bit insane. 20 matches in a row.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's not even that many games that they've been able to take. I mean, they have 15 out of the 60 that have been played, 45 of those going to Gen G.
15, when you've won 0 matches, 15 isn't bad for 0 matches.
It's just a lot of the recent matches have zeros or ones, so I'm like,
I mean, it's been said before that maybe the duo win.
Surely nobody takes them down 21 times in a row. Mid laner showdown, Chovy versus Showmaker. 4-time POM Showmaker. Can DK execute their mid priority against Chovy? I'm gonna say maybe. Might depend on how Chovy comes out here to start off tonight.
Yeah, I think Chovy's had some good performances, some maybe a bit more subdued performances, but it's still Chovy. Showmaker's been popping off though, and has really been the backbone for this team. He is the veteran amongst some players with a lot less experience. You know, the fact is, Lucid is the second most experienced player on that team, which is crazy to think about because he still feels so new, but is now a much more established player compared to when he debuted. But it kind of just does feel like those 4 rookies and him, and wow. We have a 3-1.
I was going to say, like, wow, G-Sun, you're crazy.
Okay, we have
but we also get Cloud Templar and Helios doing it too.
3 1s.
I would say the 3-0 is the safe bet. 3-1 is if you're like, whoa, okay, Gen G are going to come out slow here.
So we can see on the Korean side as well, the Chichizukan Soup, and then also the X-Fan prediction, all of them just overwhelmingly Gen G favored.
Yeah. Chichizuka was 93%.
Wow.
7.
Heavily Gen G stacked. It does really, really just set it up. It would just be so funny if after all of this, there was an upset. It would, you know, the thing is, KT already out. It'd be a KT move to have an upset in this situation.
Yeah.
So D Plus hoping to channel a little bit of that energy. But yeah, it's an uphill battle. There's no other way to spin this. This is overwhelmingly favored towards Gen G, who are yet to drop even a single game in the LCK Cup. I will say though, it's been a while since they've played. Sometimes we've seen Gen G struggle when they take longer breaks. And it's a new patch that they haven't played on yet in the LCK Cup. So those are the question marks. D Plus got a little bit of momentum, although obviously we're in the best form when we saw them yesterday. We expected a more one-sided series yesterday.
Yeah.
So some question marks, so we'll have to see what they can do.
I'm very worried about D plus Kia's bottom lane. Smash saying in an interview that Ruler is like one of his idols, looks up to him, respects him so much, watches his play all the time. Career is basically a super newbie here at the LCK Cup. up against Duro, a guy who, you know, he has 2 years under his belt. He's been on the biggest stages. We know what Duro's capable of. I'm very much worried for that bottom lane to not just fall apart under the scrutiny of Ruler and Duro, not to mention the rest of the map.
I'm a little worried about top lane because Shiru, I think, has been really varied in his performances. This is a player who has had really high highs since he's debuted, but particularly in this LCK Cup, he's had some rough performances. You know, his recent Jace performance had a lot to be desired, left a lot to be desired, and I think he needs to be on his A game, otherwise I think Keen is just going to dominate that matchup. And you've already talked about concerns for the bot lane. I think bot and top really are lanes where if you start to get momentum, you start to get ahead, it snowballs so quickly. I think Showmaker against Chovy, I know that Showmaker can hold his own in that matchup, but if the side lanes fall apart, I think the game's just going to be lost.
Yeah, it might not matter. I do think also Lucid can match Canyon, so the mid jungle is like, okay, you know, you've got some angles there. I think Showmaker and Lucid, on their best day, can absolutely challenge those two guys. I'm just not as positive about the other lanes, and I'm glad you did mention the top lane as well, because Keen getting the last 2 POMs for Gen G on their last matches out, and he really looks like he's in form. You know, he's not just playing solid Keen style, he's actually taking over games, solo carrying at times. He looks like he is at the top of his game right now, so we'll see what he's able to do, and we'll see if Duro can snag away a POM from the other lanes.
Stop. Stop, Brent.
Justice for supports.
Justice for supports.
Yeah.
A lot of competition on Gen G for those POMs, trying to get them. But yeah, at Gen G, I mean, the one thing to say as well, haven't really seen them have to go deep in Fearless yet this year. Obviously, a lot of experience with that in previous years. Well, last year, I say, because obviously Fearless was new then, but haven't really had a chance to do it this year because they've just been ending their series so quickly. So this is a team who we're often seen bring out some exciting picks. You know, we think like the Chovy Vex that came out in the Game 5, things like that. Will D+ test them? Will they take them deeper in a series? Will we get to see some interesting picks be brought out? Or will this be a quick series? Obviously, higher seed Gen G did elect to go for first pick in this situation.
Yeah, definitely a good call. Gonna take away the Nico. I think we're probably just gonna see standard bans to start off here in game number 1. As you mentioned, Gen G has not played on this patch, so I'm excited to see what their take on it is, having watched all the other teams play so far.
One thing that's really interesting with D+ is, so we've talked about this a lot, but they've been going for, when they have pick priority, going for blue side, which means the other team will often take first pick, so they get second pick. But that means that out of their games so far, they've had second pick in 17 out of 19. Of their game so far, which is a crazy number, but it just means it's been second pick almost all the time. So it's made it very consistent. You know, they're very used to being in this position where they're the second pick team because, you know, all the other LCK teams are like, oh, we get to choose first pick even though we didn't have pick priority. Okay, we'll take that every time.
Yeah.
And so once again, in this situation, they have second pick. Rumble, I expect, will be banned here, although we did have yesterday, Rumble got left open, Shiru said he could handle it, but you're against Keen. Keen's Rumble, very fearsome. Will you let him, will they take it here? There is also the Azir open and available, which is another priority pick.
I think you take Azir, honestly. I think Keen can play into Rumble as well, like he's shown so many things, his Aurora is still up. A big Keen pick into the Rumble. He can play all sorts of other things as well. Now, if they do go Rumble, I don't think that's crazy either, as they are going to lock that one in. You can see that Chovy was mentioning Azir, if you were reading his lips, but definitely preparing for what is to come, because if you take the Rumble, Azir will be picked 100%.
Yeah, and I expect D+ probably going to pick up jungle in this situation. They've been early picking that jungle throughout playoffs and play-ins, basically in their first rotation. and they will instantly lock in that Jarvan. Does also mean, you know, Azir is that safe mid laner who's able to obviously disengage from, you know, a Jarvan's Cataclysm. A lot of the options you might take in mid don't have that safety, so having the Jarvan immediately makes it a little bit trickier for Chovy to pick something that can get outside of that. We'll see what ends up being secured here. Vi going to be taken up for Canyon, a pick he has a lot of experience on and also works well with the Rumble. Do you take mid here or do you leave it? You could go Vi Ahri, that'd be really strong, and also allows you to circumvent the Jarvan. Not the most fun into the Azir though.
Yeah. You could pick Taliyah. I don't want to see it. Just because Taliyah Vi is a thing, but I don't. Okay, well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of our mid laners do like Taliyah into Azir, and I think the main thing is that it's about the lane matchup. That's going to be the main focus of taking this, and obviously the synergy with the Vi is there, so they will secure that. Obviously does a decent job of disengaging the Jarvan as well. And now Shu probably just going to pick his top lane matchup. He played the Gwen into the Rumble yesterday, did have a rough time in lane, but just outscaled it. Are you willing to do that into Keen? No. You're going to take the Ornn. You know, in other regions, we saw so much K'Sante into Rumble, but Keen has been willing to just go first strike cashback and just farm for gold in these sort of matchups. So, you know, this is a risky gambit, but there's a lot of scaling team fighting power on the side of D+ already. And now, going to the second rotation, I imagine denying Corki from Gen G. Unless you want to secure it yourselves, it's something Rule is very comfortable on, and also having the Valkyrie into the Jarvan is absolutely massive. I don't understand this Sivir ban at all.
Yeah.
You're never picking Sivir into Jarvan. Just the Cataclysm completely ends your existence. So to me, that was kind of a throwaway ban there.
Yeah, it doesn't do much. I would say maybe they, maybe they want to play Ezreal or something that doesn't do quite well into Sivir in the lane. That would be kind of the only angle I'm looking at. But I do agree. I don't think it's a good idea. But we'll see what Smash is going to be playing here.
Maybe it was them wanting to get the Corki themselves, and they're like, we don't want to play the Corki into the Sivir. Going for the Nautilus ban. Again, I don't think Nautilus is super fun playing it into this sort of composition. You know, there's a lot of front line that you're just going to struggle into, and the Cataclysm makes things uncomfortable. But it would give you a ton of point-and-click CC with the Vi Nautilus. So if you are playing a mobile AD carry, there'd be so much shutdown that I guess D+ don't want to play into.
Final ban here. They took away Bard. Now they're going to take away Karma.
What's interesting is that if D+ don't take the Corki here, Gen G could actually go Corki Nami, which is something that they haven't really been able to get their hands on, and has often sort of been, you know, if the Corki was picked, the partnership was banned away, denied from Gen G. They had a couple of chances to play it, but it was just denied a lot of times because it was just such a potent combo. Not sure if they'll be willing to take the Nami blind without knowing the support matchup, because maybe like an Ezreal Leona could be too much of a threat. But I think for Ruler, the Corki makes a lot of sense in this situation. We'll see if he goes towards that.
Yeah, could go like Corki Alistair, you know, something that provides a front line alongside of what you already have. Thinking about the Jhin, so Corki might just be ignored here coming into this first game. Yeah.
Going for the Jhin instead, which, you know, you can play at a long range with this sort of pick. Follow up on like the Rumble, the Vi, but struggles to cut through the Ornn a little bit. Might not be a problem if you get ahead, for sure. And now, what does Duro want to take here? Gonna go for the Rakan, which good follow-up with the rest of the composition. Helps layer CC for that Taliyah, for that Rumble to get that damage down. I imagine if you want an engage support, it's probably just the Leona here for D+. Poppy got good value too, though, into the Rakan and the Vi, if you wanted to take it.
Here, frontline would be kind of insane. And they're going to go for Yuumi. after all of that.
Okay, so electing to make the decision that we have enough engage, you know, we have the Jarvan and potentially the Azir as well, the Ornn when we get to the 5v5s. We want a bit more scaling. You've picked Rakan into Ezreal. You just don't have really the threat in the 2v2. So we're going to pick a scaling pick. We're going to go for this Yuumi, and especially with the Enchanter item changes, we've seen more of these in the LCK Cup, right? We've had the Sonas, the Seraphines, even the Karmas come out, where they've gotten some of these powerful items that have just allowed you to scale up and have more power. Seeing an angle, and really this is kind of put D+ in a position where now the pressure is on Gen G. You can't just sit back and scale. You can't just have Keen farm up a gold advantage in the top lane. I know Gen G are a team who have excellent team fighting, and the 5v5s are a threat. The mid game in particular, you could see them take over, but a misstep might put you in a position where you're dealing with ornaments, you're dealing with, you know, a Yuumi, an Azir. It's a little scary as a result. I think D+, some interesting ideas here.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty cool. I think it's nice that Showmaker is able to pick up the Azir, deny it from Chovy for the rest of the series, and just go ahead and get one of the best picks on the patch as well. They did give over the Rumble to Keen, though. We'll have to see how it does go here as we're hopping on the Rift for game number 1. Here we go, game 1. And Career, who has been struggling here in the LCK Cup play-ins and playoffs, he's put on Yuumi. And I think it does show power. We've seen this hovered a little bit, actually. Some players have been playing with the idea of playing Yuumi, but we are actually going to see it come out here with the Ezreal. The Karma was banned. The Bard was also banned. So maybe they said, well, if you want to pick Yuumi, go ahead, but we'll take away a couple of the other enchanters that are very good on this patch.
The thing is, as much as you're generally going to be safe in lane, when it comes to 5v5s, there's a lot of things that can reach you in terms of, you know, you're playing into Vi, Rumble, Taliyah, Rakan. Ezreal is a very safe AD carry, but there's no guarantee of safety into a composition like this. If Smash is too far forward and gets blown up, it's going to be hard for Career to survive afterwards. You know, if the Unraveled Earth comes out from Chovy afterwards, you can't just dash into someone new. That's a little scary.
Yeah, they were trying to play for the level 2. Career hopping off of the Ezreal, trying to auto-attack as much as possible, but
yeah, and
into the bouncing grenade and being Yuumi, not going to go well.
And Career bin all 3 combat sums as well, very early on in the lane. This is honestly one of the advantages of Yuumi. People think of Yuumi as being like pretty weak in lane, but the fact that you have the double combat summoners, also you're playing into a Rakan with Spellbook, you have Aerie as well. You actually have strong laning power in this situation, but they kind of used the summoners to not great effect. It's not getting the most value.
Yeah, they were trying to be pretty aggressive early on.
Yeah, you saw the exhaust came out on Rulo when he had the 4th shot, so he just didn't shoot it.
Yeah.
Just held on to it.
Denied.
And Chovy doing pretty well in this matchup here. Kind of seeing why he prioritized that Taliyah.
Yeah, I think Taliyah, you know, Atlas and I have both been pretty, I think all of us, even you, Ox, have been talking about how Taliyah just doesn't seem to do a lot of damage. But it's in games where it's kind of even, you're playing into a lot of hard dive where the Taliyah can be good, but isn't, okay, well, the Yuumi's in a lot of trouble. Career just going to get locked up and just die. First blood given over to Ruler. That is one of the things you cannot do if you're going to play Yuumi.
Yeah, a little bit disrespectful, and now this should be a 2nd kill secured.
Yep, Canyon right here. Smash has his flash, but yeah, just going to go for the knock-up here. Nice tanking with the barrier. It was a little bit close, but Canyon is going to pick up the kill. That's 2 already for Gen G.
Huge lead for Gen G to get those early kills. You know, I was saying that this bot lane shouldn't be threatened by the Rakan. It shouldn't. Really. Yeah. No reason for Career to be getting engaged on in this situation. No reason for you to be standing outside of the Ezreal when you're not really doing anything. You're not autoing someone. You know, I'm not saying you should sit inside the Ezreal the whole time, because you do jump out to auto. But you were just standing outside for no reason. There was nothing gained from it there. Duro with a great engage, great setup. And the decision to make Ruler tank, because you're ranged and because he has both sums, he can very easily disengage. He does burn those summoners, but it meant it was such a safe dive.
Yeah, it's just very clean execution from Gen G. Able to not only get the 1 kill off of the mistake, but also punish and get a second one.
Look at the items. So Smash, okay, we can't actually look at them right now.
So the last Yumi was in 2024 in April.
So I'll spoil it for you.
That was
Ruler
Helen.
has a BF sword, Smash has a tier, and, oh, well, he has the little fairy in the bottle. The
moat.
Yeah.
Glowing moat.
Seems like a little bit of an item disparity. And not only that, Duro picked up the Oblivion Orb as well. So, not exactly even, is what we'll say.
Yeah. I think it's pretty rough. Like, if you're playing it to Gen G, we're talking about how this comp, if it does get behind, it might struggle, but it is Gen G after all, and it's a team that doesn't often get too far behind. And if you make one tiny mistake, this is why I was so worried about the bottom lane Smash and Career, is that they just don't have a lot of experience, especially Career. Like, Smash at least has some. As every so often we're looking at the top lane, trying to go for an aggressive trade here. You see Keen is going to overheat, and Xiu's taking a ton of damage from those autos. He's going to be silenced for a while, but does get it back. The flash on him from Xiu, though, and Keen has to flash away, and he dives in the solo kill against Xiu's Ornn.
And you know, I was a little concerned about letting the Rumble go open, but Xiu has it unlocked, has it handled, gets the solo kill onto Keen. Beautifully played there. And top lane going pretty good so far. A bit of a referee for D+ that they desperately needed.
Well, they're going on in. They want to pull the trigger on a Ruler who does not have his sums back. It is 3v4 though, guys, and that is a Yumi. Showmaker just gets here. So going extra aggressive is not going to pay off. Smash has to flash away. Does avoid the knockup. You know that Smash pretty good at pressing his buttons, but the idea to go in there, not the best.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous. You have to remember as well, Ruler has a BF sword, right, compared to the tier on the Ezreal. And you're dealing with a Taliyah who can just circumvent so quickly, can reach the fight so much faster. This is that top lane play. So Shiva goes aggressive, doesn't actually connect the knockup. But in this situation, gets that brittle stack there. And he already has the Negatron Cloak, which gives a ton of magic resist. Gets the grab stacks. Keen kind of runs out of damage. Because he overheats, he just has nothing left in the tank in the extended play. And then here. So Chovy's already moving down. Lucid buffers his CC, but Chovy's wall kind of cut Showmaker off, and he doesn't want to dive in and use his cooldowns and end up like in melee range of everyone. Also, Smash just has no damage, if we're being honest, at this point. So,
like, that was just never going to work.
Yeah.
I think even if Showmaker gets in, I don't even think they win. Just based off of pure item disparity. And now we have Duro here. Just going to get a nice trade onto Showmaker, who still doesn't have his flash. Didn't have his flash in the last play as well, so it just was never going to be a comfortable spot for him to go in. And just trying to turn onto the guy that did not have any sums, the AD carry, but it did backfire big time.
Yeah. I think as well, because he flag and dragged to close distance on Ruler, but didn't actually connect with him. Yeah. So, didn't really achieve a ton there. And Xiu has a massive lead. Even before he got that solo kill, he was actually up in farm. So, Xiu doing really well in this matchup. Not something we've typically seen. Keen has been pretty rock solid for Gen G so far. And in these Rumble vs tank matchups, he's kind of just farmed his opponents. So,
yeah,
Xiu having a great performance, which is something we desperately needed.
Didn't cashback get nerfed slightly on this patch?
Yeah, it was really minor though. It was from 8% to 7.5, so...
Yeah, that's... doesn't really do... That's like a difference of like 20 gold, 50 gold. It can add up, but it's not the biggest.
I'm fine with a nerf like that, because, you know, you don't need to gut the rune so no one takes it, but toning it down a bit is completely fine.
No, it's fine just to gently lever it down a little instead of just saying like, you know, if they lowered it to like 6%, probably no one would just take it.
That's generally what they do. So
Wow.
that's what I'm used to.
Yeah.
I'm like, what, a 0.5% nerf? Crazy.
Like maybe it does need another nerf down the line. I guess we'll see. But for now, I think a little nerf was good.
Yeah.
And obviously, that cashback nerf was not why Keen got solo killed there.
No, obviously not. But maybe a little bit less farming of the gold in these matchups.
Yeah, the payoff won't be as significant. Very slightly. You'll have 20 less gold later.
Yeah. Canyon went over the wall. You could see they were considering going in onto that, but not going to pull the trigger. No completed items between both sides mid-jungle.
I mean, what's crazy is that given Shiwu's had such a good performance top lane, and he has a 400 gold lead, Genji is still 200 gold, 2,000 gold up, sorry. 2,000 gold in the lead. That doesn't feel good. This is just the top lane existence. It's like, guys, I'm winning lane, I'm on Ornn. We gave them Rumble, and I'm winning lane on Ornn. And then you just look at your team like, oh, well,
Yeah.
It's okay, guys.
Well, he's going to get some extra levels,
Guys,
extra XP.
They're only 2,000 gold
Farm.
ahead. Once I hand out my ornaments, we can easily close that gap.
Yeah. I mean, if you are DK, you are looking at this in a very long-term lens. And for Genji, you know, it's great that they have this early lead. I would like to see them push it a little bit farther. They already got the first Drake. They're going to get the second one, which is Ocean. So looking like it's lining up for a very useless Chemtech Soul or something else. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Genji are hoping not a Chemtech Soul.
Yeah.
I always find it so funny when you get like the goofy summoners from Summoner Spellbook. Like Joro just has Ignite Ghost. It just looks...
I mean, it's not that bad on Rakan, you know?
Sure.
You press the quickness and
I mean, they're
you're
useful,
in
it
there.
looks funny, right?
Yeah.
They are looking for Shiwu now. He has sums though.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get out of this one. The ult is going to be utilized first, and then the flash comes out, and that's just a little bit too late, as it's a very easy pickup for Keen to get a kill back.
Also, the fact that Canyon has the Sundered Sky already, and he only has magic resistance.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it is the completely correct item to be building into the Rumble, but it's just the pains of having that AD jungler AP top. Not really a ton he could do in that situation, just unfortunate wave state. So Keen going to get a good amount of gold there. Also gets a hit in the turret, and with that crystalline overgrowth, gets a plate. So now he's up in gold in the matchup, bailed out by Canyon there.
That's why the 1v1 doesn't matter.
Oh, and so also TP came in top from Shiwu. Keen's going to reset.
Yeah, they can't challenge us. Ever.
Yeah, Keen
Like,
still has
she will
ult
never
as
get
well.
there.
Keen still has ult, so they absolutely cannot. No,
they can't. No, you can't. Okay, they're going to try anyway. As Lucid does go in, they're trying to take out Ruler, who is going to get cataclysmed, and is left alone, goes into the barrier, and eventually he survives against only the Jarvan. And this is kind of the disaster we were expecting. 2 kills do go to Genji on top of the Drake they were already getting.
It just felt like they weren't communicating. Like if she was TPing top, that is fine. Don't contest Dragon. Like you can't do both at the same time. Either Shiwu is joining the fight for Dragon, or I think the better call is you opt out of it, because again you have this. It's Chemtech Soul as well. You could have just given it up.
Yeah.
Hope you flipped well. Chemtech Soul, cool. We don't really care that much about the dragons. But they opt into this. They know. Firstly, they know that Rumble still has Equalizer. He didn't use it in that play. And Smash is approaching so aggressively here, so far forward. They try and kill Ruler. They don't even end up getting him. Showmaker's nowhere near the fight. And Keen TP's in with Equalizer. This was just never the play to make. And Genji was so ready for it.
Yeah.
You even saw Keen started to run top lane. Like he was moving top lane because he was like, well, if they don't fight, I'll start walking top lane, but I'm saving my TP in case they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just such a lack of coordination from D+ there that Genji are ruthless in punishing. And now with a 4,500 gold lead, I'm not really sure the Yuumi stocks are going to come in.
Yeah, I don't really see it happening. I think we're probably going to kind of flatline here. Toby's got a giant smile on his face, by the way. He's just having a great time. I just don't see this game being even in 5 minutes. It's already not even. DK would have to get some kind of massive play. And if you're like 5,000, 6,000 gold behind against Gen G in the mid game, you're not winning. I don't care what the comp is.
I think a game like this almost feels frustrating because, you know, she had, you know, the great early plays, but it feels like the plays that D+ have suffered in are just like silly mistakes, right? You know, like Korea just being outside, like not connected to Smash and being punished by Duro was unnecessary. Going for the dragon fight when Keen has TP and Shiwu doesn't, unnecessary.
Going aggressive onto Ruler when Showmaker was going to get walled out without his flash.
Yeah.
Unnecessary.
And this is kind of how Gen G operate. They will punish these mistakes and unlikely to make many of their own, right? Like Keen, yes, he got solo killed, but like team-wide macro mistakes, they just don't make many. And it's they are very good at punishing yours, very efficient at it. But it almost feels frustrating when you look at D+ and you see these and you're like, why are you doing that? But this is kind of how it goes. And now this game feels like it's in a bit of a dire spot. There is obviously, you know, the hope that maybe they can sort of stall things out. And the fact it is a Chemtech Soul, the fact it's a Chemtech Soul gives you a little bit of hope, but it's not looking great.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of the reality of LCK Cup nowadays as well, is that we do have a top tier, and every team that's below the top tier is not that close at the moment. Like Gen G and T1 are heads. And Bro, sure.
Yes.
Yes, Stegon is here today. And, okay, so Gen G and T1 and Bro.
Yeah.
In the top tier, and nobody can really touch them. I mean, T1 has lost some games here and there, but I would still consider them on at least the same tier. Like, nobody comes close to those two teams, which is why a lot of the...
Two teams.
Huh? Three teams. Yeah, no, I forgot.
Yeah.
Which is why all the Preds today, most of them were 3-0. We had 3 3-1s out of 14. 11 of them were 3-0, and it's not surprising. And I feel like DK, if they're going to get on Gen G's level, they have to clean up some of the basic macro mistakes that they've been making in this game.
Yeah, I think as well a big factor is D+, you know, they have this new bot lane coming in. Gen G are the same team as last year.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of less experienced, younger players on D+, and I think you can see a lot of the urgency, right, in some of these plays that they're making. Gen G feeling very refined in their decisions. Herald is up and available. What do you see Lucid trying to get some vision on this side of the map?
Gen G have not dropped a single objective yet. They have both Drakes, all 3 Grubs. So I would imagine they can just go for this. Keen bottom lane with his TP. Shu has his as well.
Well, at least Gen G probably won't get Atacon this game.
Probably. I like how you leave it open.
Yeah.
It's like, there is still a chance somehow that
I'm a little bit,
Atacon.
maybe. You know, I'm not 100% certain. Maybe there's a way.
There's still an angle for Gen G, I'd say.
Yeah.
Anything is possible. If we just roll it back some patches, maybe. As Ruler is, you know, about a level and a half ahead of Smash here.
Oh, Ruler goes to second night in Serpent's Fang.
There's a lot of shielding on the enemy team.
I mean, there's some shielding. There's like the
Orange
Jarvan.
gonna shield, Jarvan's gonna shield, Azir's gonna shield. You know?
I mean...
I think
it's mostly the Yuumi.
It is, yeah. He could have gone for something else. Maybe next he'll go for Collector 4th. You know, he's obviously not going for it here 3rd, but perhaps the 4th item he'll go Collector and make a lot of people very angry. But to be honest, I think at this point he can build literally anything. Lucid is trying to take this Rift Herald. And, you know, if it wasn't on Vision, I think maybe he would have been able to take it down. But we got TPs coming in. This is definitely what we expected from this one. Showmaker and Lucid sticking on this as the Equalizer goes directly on the Showmaker, and it will actually, the kill at least, go over to Lucid. But immediately Showmaker's just kind of dead, is going to get a nice sweep. And the eye was also picked up, so 1 death as Shu's trying to get in there. They're actually re-engaging here, 4v5, as Lucid is just going to die. And Smash and Siu just have to run tail between their legs, trying to get as many Qs down as possible, but yeah, just not looking so hot. As Gen.G will pick up 2 kills. Gonna actually lock down Siu as well, just kind of posturing in mid lane for some reason. As Siu, oh, it's coming down, and oh no, Smash jumps out of the way. But to be honest, if he didn't do that, he probably dies too. So yeah, doesn't look great, but it's still 3 kills here for Gen.G.
Not sure you want your 80 carry blocking the Jin ults for your Ornn. Kind of doomed if you do, doomed if you don't.
Yeah.
Bad to worse, I feel like. Not really progressing too well in this situation. The equalizer does a bit of damage there to Showmaker, but the follow-up is swift, and I feel like this is kind of the problem here, is that it's so easy for this composition to get on even these safe targets, like an Azir and Ezreal. And the thing is, D+ got the Herald. They didn't need to make more out of this. This felt a bit desperate, and I get you're behind, and maybe they were like, hey, we see an angle. This was unnecessary.
Ow! Well, at least Smash and Career got away. He did have to flash. Okay, Smash is online. He's got 2 items.
Actually, he's
finished
not online, he's in person.
He's still playing the game on the internet.
Well.
That's how we're linking all of this up.
Yeah, Ruler's build doesn't... It's not a hugely intimidating gym build, if we're being honest.
I think it's great if you're snowballed out of control. You know?
Kind of like Mosquito Jin.
Yeah. You saw that 4th shot onto Smash in mid lane, did like half his health. He's very accelerated, you know?
I mean, if you're that far ahead, it doesn't really matter what you build.
Yeah.
He could have gone AP Jin.
Maybe you should have. I think it would have made this game more interesting. Maybe not that much more, but like a little bit more. We could have talked about it.
Have you seen AP Jin before, by the way? Do you know what has AP scalings on Jin?
Is it his like flowers on the ground?
Yes, that's what has AP. You just stack a ton of them in a bush, and you just wait for someone to walk in. That's all you got going for you.
It's like Teemo, but worse. Or actually, maybe it's better. I don't know. Teemo's pretty bad. Ruler is just kind of dying. Yeah, that's going to be a shutdown. He just elected to die in the mid lane.
He did have flash. He could have lived that, but holding on to the flash for that soul fight was definitely an overstep there.
We got a big rotation coming in from Jarvan.
I don't think Lucid has the damage to kill him.
Not alone, but he might want to try to keep him around. Flash available for Keen, and Gen.G just pulled the trigger on the mid lane as Smash is going to be caught out. They don't have that much damage, but it is enough, as Showmaker eventually will take down Keen, but he doesn't really care about that. At least the shutdown does go over to Showmaker, as Gen.G, after that pick, pushing mid.
I think some good plays from G+ in terms of the picks they're getting, but I do think that Smash should have backed away. When your jungler's walking down and make that play bot, you kind of have to give space. You know, you're making plays on one side of the map. You're not strong enough to hold presence mid at the same time. But getting the kill on the Ruler, getting the kill bot as well, pretty good. Here, Ruler just feeling somewhat overconfident. Also, I like that the Yumi's just kind of floating weirdly. The Yumi
Cut to the next clip.
Disconnected, just kind of there.
Accurate.
Yeah. This is kind of what I was talking about though with the Vi, just always being able to fight. What is the Yumi doing? Just cat behavior.
Yeah.
And here, we didn't get to see this one fully. Lucid alone doesn't really have the damage. I think Keen was like, hey, I can just kill this Jarvan. But Lucid trying to disengage from the situation, trying to buy time, and then Showmaker comes in, and he just survived. That was so close. Oh, the Triumph!
Yeah.
I'm not 100% certain that saved him, but it was definitely close.
It's going to be Chemtech Soul, 23 minutes into the game. And we like to rag on Chemtech Soul, but, you know, it's still a soul. It's still going to give you some beneficial stats. You see that Lucid is trying his best to have some presence here. The wall is going to come down and deny Shelly on top of it. Equalizer as well. More of a zoning and damage ult. They have the Jin as well, opening up the curtains as in goes Lucid, just taking a massive amount of damage, just dies. And the double knockback here from Chovy onto Smash, and Shiwu should put an end to this one. A Showmaker trying to get on in there and send it for the team, but instead he's just going to eat a rock to the face. Career as well. Yeah, I mean, he's playing Yumi. Just sad times for cats everywhere on Runeterra. So that's going to be the end of that one. A full ace and only Keen dies.
Yeah, honestly, I actually think D+ did a half-decent job of fighting this given the conditions, but it's just the goal lead is insane. So hard to fight from this scenario. Showmaker gets a lot of damage down, but very difficult. Lucy doesn't get a ton of value, just gets blown up immediately. Smash is really far forward, he gets melted. Showmaker, though, is doing a lot of damage. Dashes forward to dodge Duro, uses the ult to disengage.
Boom.
Nearly gets Chovy at the end. Kind of feels like it's him against the world right now. But unfortunately, he can't do enough.
There's a thing happening here. Okay, well, with Smash, might be able to get this one down. The flash comes out from Ruler, and Lucian flashes in, but Ruler just lives through everything. And I think that's a lot of help from Duro, as well as some big items helping out. As Smash and Lucid get baited into dying. I mean, at this point, you might as well, right? Like, you might as well just go for a pick. That looks actually kind of close, but not meant to be at the end of the day. It's 11,000 gold here, 25 minutes, plus a Chemtech Soul. So, hey, at least we have some more items coming in, you know?
Yeah?
Ornaments, yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
How many Orn items can you give out? Can you give out 12? Then it'll be even. 12 more. 12 more. They don't have 12 items to give. They don't have that many items. That if you could literally just turn, if Orn could make every single item you have an ornament, Genji would still be up in gold.
Yeah. Taking a look at the levels.
Yeah. It's
taking a look at all the numbers, it feels like.
It's a little bit of a rough one.
This really doesn't bode well for the series, right? We have a 20-match winning streak for Genji. No. Really, like he's coming and he's on the way.
No.
He's saying like, where are you going? Not sure if he was talking about Lucid or Duro, to be honest, but probably Duro.
I think it was because of Blasco and he just went crazy.
Like, where are you going? Why are you going to the pit?
Like bro, help me.
Yeah.
But Duro came in and blocked the Mystic shot. He was there for him.
Yeah. And now Genji just pushing bot. They have 3 Void Grubs as well. And essentially just able to siege here very easily with the Baron. That, I believe, is nearly going away, but either way. Just coming on in there as Duro does take a bunch of damage. Okay, there's the right timer. 30 seconds on the Rebel Baron power play. Trying to go on Akeem here. He is very caught. Has to flash away. Lucid's going in, and eventually will take him down with the Cataclysm. Duro gets in there, and we are getting down and dirty in this game. It is getting quite messy, as Cadnium going to be knocked up as well, trying to just get out at this point in time. But Genji, the wallets are gigantic. The coins are flying out of it as they're running around. And you see Smash trying his best, is going to get knocked up by the Rakan, but the Azir and the Ezreal, it's enough, and now they're going to get in onto Ruler. Might even be able to take out Chovy here. Not quite, but Genji certainly playing with their food and not liking what they see.
This is getting messy from Genji, honestly.
Yeah. They don't generally do this.
Oh,
he
wanted to keep that GA alive.
Yeah. Smash is, he is trying his best to smurf this game, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I saw Duro was spamming his E button. He has the upgraded Mirror Treads. Oh, yeah. Can't find anything. I saw Duro spamming his E button. I could tell. And he was just out of range to dash, and they wouldn't walk back in range to let him dash.
They don't want him to get the POM, you know?
That's so messed up. KDA ruined.
Justice for support. Can't believe they would do that.
Actually, it hit me on a deep level because I've been through that and I've experienced that. It's horrible.
Yeah.
You know, this was Rula getting revenge for the blast cone earlier when he was like, "Where are you going?" Look, this is what happens. So it's coming up in a moment. You know, they're getting a little bit goofy. Rula walks around here. They are overstaying a bit. Dura goes in, and he's like, "Okay, let me dash you, let me dash you, let me dash you." And then Rula walks back then. Then he walks back after he's already dead.
Yeah.
Betrayal. Absolute betrayal.
Well, at least he got punished.
Yeah.
Ruler also immediately died, so.
That's solidarity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I couldn't help you, so here I go.
Yeah, this is kind of showing D+, starting to scale up a bit into the composition. The long-range power of the Ezreal, Yuumi, Azir is a threat.
Elder's
If you
about
can't
to
reach
spawn.
them, yeah. Flip an Elder. This is a game plan.
12,000 gold, okay? Smash just arcane shifted towards Duro, who has everything.
By the way, Rula has no armor pen.
Yeah.
And this Ornn is tanky.
So the Mosquito build is actually, okay, this time he's going to go in. The damage not quite layered, but in goes Canyon. The follow-up again, not quite there. Canyon in trouble. Double sweep comes in from Showmaker for him to just kind of go into the turret and die. You know, DK, now that they're 12,000 gold behind, are playing really well. It just doesn't really matter because the wallets are just so heavy. And that's going to be the end of this fight, it looks like, as the grenade does come out. And Smash is just on the run. Lucid trying his best to just taxi the team out. And no root is going to land, but the fight is still heavily won by Genji.
I think Showmaker goes for the aggressive play, but they just can't quite finish them off. You know, a bit too tanky, not enough gold, the Chemtech Soul. And the problem is, Showmaker going in means they lose one of their carries. And now, trying to defend, need to clear out this wave.
Well, they're clearing out the wave decently well, even though they do not have the Azir. But another wave does come in, and it's a cannon wave. That's going to be pretty rough as Lucid goes in, goes out, but the knockback comes in on the Smash, and that will put the knockback onto this game as well, as Genji will be taking this one 1-0. It got messy, it got crazy, it didn't have to, but Genji did have a lot of fun in this one as they take game number 1 in fancy fashion.
Yeah, it got a little bit goofy, I'll admit, at one point in this game. Some shenanigans, but this still felt very one-sided from Genji for the most part, and it felt like there was a point in the game where it just really slipped away from D+, and that was very early. So there were a lot of 3-0 predictions at the start of the day. I don't think we've really shifted away from that, and I think D+, we need to see more from them if we're really gonna shake our expectations from what we saw. I think Shiru, though, had a good game. I think the solo kill from Keem was good, but that wasn't enough, unfortunately. I think Showmaker had some good moments, but again, the team needs to do more as a whole, and you can't make these silly mistakes if you're going to beat a team like Genji. They will punish you time and time again. Genji can make silly mistakes, as we saw. When they're 13,000 gold ahead, you're allowed to do that, but you can't make them early in the game.
Yeah, and at least a lot of young players. It's CV Max in the booth. You're going to get tons of feedback about this game number 1, so at least they're learning something. 1-0 here from Genji as we head into the first break of the series.
딱 1라인까지만 쓰고 장로 가야 될것 같은데.
이거 해보고 안 되면 그냥 빼야 돼. 아마 될 것 같긴 해.
때려보자. 여기서 때려봐.
안 된다, 안 된다. 라인 업. 라인 한 번 더 온다. 나 공 10초.
깨긴 했어. 여기서 때려볼래? 때려볼래?
나 비전 한번 빼줄게. 비전 뺐어.
나 이제
자르만까지. 야 유미까지.
하게. 나이스.
나이스.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Tijijik Lol Park, where last time Smash played against Gen G in LCK Cup, he only died twice. This time, died a lot more than that. We'll break it down here as Gen G are up 1-0 against D plus Kia. Diagon here alongside Wolf and Umpty. Welcome back to the Global Desk. Always great.
Yeah,
to have you.
I was really excited to, do a desk with my favorite bro, Team Liquid and Jin Air Green Wings jungler. I'm really excited to see what happens in Game 1. The first game of League of Legends that will happen in this series. Are you excited for it as well?
I am very excited with working with you, Wolf. Maybe we have to get some food today too, but very nice to meet you. Let's have a good day.
Yeah, well, you know who didn't have a great start to their day? It was D plus Kia.
Game 1 did happen, actually. Yes, it did happen.
They tried a little wrinkle. The best part of it was when they drafted Yuumi and they're like, we got him here as we pull up the draft.
I want to talk about one thing before we get into the Yuumi. What's up with this Sivir ban here? You have the Jarvan. You have the favorable position. They weren't going to play Sivir there. That's a wasted ban. Could have banned the Rakan. And also, why not go for the free Leona pick here? Would have been a lot easier to play in lane, would have had a lot more agency in team fights.
I agree. I think they actually picked a lot of lane prior picks, and then they were just thinking about, oh, they're gonna go easier Leona, so my mid top is gonna win, so we're okay to take a value. And then they just go Yuumi and don't have a 3-lane prio, and they're like, Lucid was, hello, where should I go?
Yeah, not a lot of places to play if you're the jungler there and all your lanes start doing poorly. Actually, the top lane, Ornn with the solo kill, that was a highlight, but not the one that we're gonna highlight here as we take a look at an early fight around the river for our first highlight. J4 just following along, kind of wondering what's happening there.
So we can see these days junglers are waiting for the cookies, which is called biscuits for junglers, and again it's the 1000 smite. And then so Lucid's plan is very simple. After this second crab fight, I'm gonna have the 1000 smite. Even though we lose the 4v4 with my level 6, there can be a possible chance. And the Jin is no flash. Yeah, that was his plan.
And they buck away from the dragon, right? So he wants to actually make something happen here because he has Smash with this angle. Unfortunately, the rest of the team is nowhere to be seen, and Chovy is able to set up rocks over the wall, and they just have too much damage there, and it's an over-index from Smash and Lucid. It's not the last time we're going to see this duo go in incredibly aggressively, trying to utilize the Yuumi shield and the extra sustain there to make a hyper carry play, but it's just not going to work out in this case.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just telling you. Your mid is Azure, enemy is Talia. You have Yuumi, not a Leona. It is gonna be the turf fight.
Yeah, and we saw moments like this yesterday. Again, D Plus having the huge disadvantage of having played less than 24 hours ago, showing their cards because it went all 5, but multiple times yesterday where one player's going in, another player's going out, and DRX were able to capitalize on it. Here, Gen G don't just capitalize, they stake claim to everything and really never gave them opportunity back in the game.
This was after they got the kills in the bottom lane, where Career made the error on Yuumi with the detach, and they were able to build a lead there already, so the Jin is even stronger, and it feels like D Plus were just looking for desperate Hail Marys over and over again.
Now let's dive into highlight number 2 here, where Kenyon gets to go around the world helping out his top laner after that solo kill that she was able to get.
So first CU is so sad because since you're Ornn, you're losing to Lumble as a laning-wise 1v1, but so you need a jungler. But the other jungler, which is Kenyon, came and he killed CU with his ult. So now DK thinks that, oh, Kenyon doesn't have an ulti. They're just trying to get a dragon. Isn't it illegal?
I think they might have been able to suss this out based on the positioning of Ruler in the bottom lane and Duro. They played back super safe because their jungler was on the top side, and they weren't able to make the cross map happen, right? Cannon's able to get all the way back around here to go for the contest here on this dragon. And when you look at this fight, obviously it doesn't have ultimate, just starts this dragon up. Look at the positioning here for Gen G. They're in a much more stable position. There's not really an angle here to make this fight happen. And I gotta say, these are the moments for D Plus that have won or lost them so many games. It's the heavy commitment, right? It's Smash trying to go in aggressively, trying to chip, getting chunked out low, then trying to heavily commit on the Ruler in the backside again. And there's just no set. Like, where's Showmaker? He's not there. The Talia has prio this whole game. It's these types of calls that are snap, and like they're very decisive calls, but they're just not fully coordinated with a 5-man unit.
Yeah, I think Gen G was more coordinated, and then DK was like, like this is our timing, and then we have to go out. So what we're gonna do? So they didn't actually have a plan for it.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why I really loved that one was because Canyon was a player that was under fire for sometimes not being as proactive or not being able to see the impact that he has on a game. Here you see, gets the top lane back under control the way that it should be. Perfect timing when the Drake spawns there, and then punishes when the other team makes a mistake. That's some of the brilliance that he brings. Let's see what else he brings here in game number 2.
Thank you very much, Spacers. Must have been pretty difficult to break down that game number 1. As Wolf put it, there wasn't much gaming to be had outside of Genji's kind of capitalizing on mistakes. And, you know, that's kind of what they do best when it is Genji versus a team that they are better than. As she left her boyfriend on Valentine's Day, didn't leave the relationship, but left him back home to come watch the LCK. Definitely a good idea.
Well, at this rate, there'll be time to get back to him.
Apparently it was an imaginary boyfriend.
Oh. I'm sure he'll be okay.
I don't know.
And so this is interesting, because not that D+ have picked blue side, that's very common, but Genji go in second pick because it's unfamiliar territory for D+ to have first pick. With last game, we got up to D+ being second pick 18 out of 20 games so far in the LCK Cup. 90% of the time, they have been second pick, and now, gone on the first pick, it's just something they don't typically get to do. Less experience. It does also make you wonder about that preparation. I mean, presumably they prep for both, obviously, especially in the best of 5, but a lot more of their games are them on second pick.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. I think Genji, you know, they get an opportunity to, after game 1, when a lot of stuff is fearless banned, to say, okay, we can maybe get a very strong 1-2, and we can also get the final counter pick. So I feel like, especially for a team like Genji, you can easily utilize a counter pick with guys like Keen, like Chovy. Even Canyon or Duro can definitely utilize that. They're looking for the Rise first pick.
Oh, you think they're looking for the Rise? What signifies that?
I don't know. I just had a feeling. I don't know.
Intuition.
Yeah. No idea what they're actually going to pick.
The thing is, Cassiopeia is open. Rise also did get net nerfs between, well, there was his W being nerfed, Phasers being nerfed, Actualizer got buffed, but they're still going to ban it, still going to take it away. Not going to deal with it. Nico is open and available. Pantheon, Yunara, all open and available. A lot of picks that were banned last time are on the cards, which I think Genji are kind of okay with, because even if you take something strong on this first pick for D+, a lot of things that Genji can answer back with. So I think maybe like the Pantheon could be a good first pickup, but we'll see what they opt to prioritize here. Could just be that Yunara. Yep.
Yunara, very strong. Nautilus still available, so can be a little bit iffy to go for this. But Yunara is very strong, so I think it's okay to go ahead and first pick it.
Yeah. There's also, I mean, Nautilus may be available. Nico is also available, who's obviously a phenomenal team fighter. There's the Corki, who was absent from the last game.
Yeah, they were just saving it.
That we know Ruler enjoys very much. Now, what did Genji pick here? Do they go for the Nico? I want to secure that. Do they go for the Pantheon for Canyon? There's also Xin Zhao open and available, which has been pretty highly prioritized.
Well, looks like a Duro pick. Nope. I thought maybe it was. He was nodding and saying yes a lot, but maybe that's just, okay, we're going to save your pick for later. So Xin Zhao does get selected.
Yeah, so looking at the prospect of the Mundo, we have had some Mundo games where he's popped off, have had some Mundo games where he's done absolutely nothing and then walked in, smited the Elder, and just carried from there.
Yeah.
A lot of front line, not a ton of CC. Is they going to switch around and opt for the Wukong? Could be like a Wukong Ahri angle. There's a lot of mid laners already taken away with 4 mid lane bans and then Azir Talia already gone. I think it could be a decent option here. And we know Showmaker has been very good on the Ahri. In his recent series, it's been denied quite heavily against him, if they do want to lean towards that. You could also go for the Nico here if you wanted it, but instead going to go for the Gwen. I think part of it could be denying, like, Xin Zhao Gwen is such a strong combo, and also Keen has been kind of picking Gwen irrespective of matchup. He's been happy to take it into pretty much anything. There are obviously range tops that do give you a hard time, but he's kind of been weathering the storm and happy to scale up. That being said, Keen is someone who will look to punish himself, so we'll see if he opts to pick something there. It's actually going to be Chovy taking the Ahri himself. Ahri did get buffed on this patch. W is a second lower cooldown at every rank, which I do think makes a big difference, given that, you know, it's not just the damage but the movement speed as well, the utility on the ability, and just something that can really disengage from the threats, the short-range threats that D+ has already. LeBlanc could be banned away from Showmaker, which I think is definitely worth doing.
And you were talking about how much stuff is already banned away from the mid lane. If you pick it here on the final pick of the first phase, you get a couple more bans in the mid lane to really make Showmaker's life as hard as possible. So I think it's a nice, you know, positioning to pick a mid laner and go ahead and ban away some other ones, as Jax going to be taken away from Keen. They do not want to see that into Siu's Gwen.
Yeah. Are you worried that Keen plays a Kali into the Gwen? That could be something. For Chovy, are you worried about maybe a Zoe pick? Or is Syndra a concern? Or do you put a ban somewhere else? We haven't seen supports really get a look in yet. Go for the TF instead. Point and click CC. And a favorite of Showmaker, of course. Nautilus ban going to come through instead. Getting rid of that point and click CC. That obviously does well into the Yunara.
Just play Nico still.
Could go that Nico.
You don't have to pick it here, though.
Yeah. I mean, I think you might have to if you want to secure it and deny it from D+, as they could take it themselves. The Nami also available, which is, you know, the Corki Nami was a favorite of Gen G's. You could just go top and then leave support till last.
Yeah, if you don't want Nico, that's what you're going to do.
Toying with the idea of the Jace. The Jace did get some changes. So it was taken out of the jungle with nerfs to his monster damage. Shock Blast damage did get nerfed though. And in return got some buffs to his resistances in melee form and his melee form Q.
Maybe tank Jace?
No. But could,
man, it's Keen. He might do it.
Can brawl a bit better. And the matchup into the Gwen is better. So, is better. I was gonna say was already good back in the day. So Jay should be doing fine into Gwen. It's gonna be the Yunara Nami, and they're Yunara Lulu, and they're gonna be going the Corki Nami. So wanting to win out that lane matchup. It's Cassiopeia here, which I think feels a little uncomfortable when Gen G not only has a good amount of poke, but also that sort of charm from a distance that's quite non-committal. The D+ composition is pretty short-ranged. And I think Gen G can kind of just stand back, poke, prod, land a charm, connect with that, and you're in a really good spot. Like, D+ don't really have any way to engage other than send the Wukong in. And it's actually quite hard because, you know, Jace can operate from a really long distance. Corki and Ahri are both quite mobile. That being said, we've seen Jace be difficult to wield. It's Gen G, right? So they are quite,
it's Keen.
It is also Keen. But I think D+'s composition doesn't exactly look like an easy comp to play into that. Like if they had a straightforward engage comp, it would seem so simple.
Yeah.
And they just dive onto them, blow them up, easy as that. But their comp isn't simple, and despite the fact that, you know, Gen G are not playing the easiest comps themselves, I think their comp operates quite well into what D+ has.
Feels like D+ don't really have a cohesive unit. They have tons of damage, and if the Wukong does get in, they have protection for Yunara with the Lulu. Like, there are ways, but it doesn't feel as cohesive to me as what we see on the side of Gen G, who are all playing on a similar vein. They're all going to be poking, and very hard to lock down against basically no engage. So let's jump on the rift for game 2. Alrighty, game 2 of the upper bracket, round 2. Gen G was waiting here. They selected D+. They're looking for their 21st match win in a row against this team. And so far, based on what we've seen tonight, looking pretty likely.
Yeah. I think once again, we're seeing a good amount of scaling from D+. That's a good start for Shiwu. Ends up a little bit favored for Shiwu in terms of health overall, but still pretty close. Yeah, a lot of scaling, and we did see Showmaker have that phenomenal Cassiopeia game not too long ago, but still, I just think a bit of an uphill battle.
That was against DRX
in terms of getting into the fight. They've had a lot of games against DRX recently.
Yeah. I do think when you're going all in against a Cassiopeia and the Cassiopeia doesn't get touched at all, like Showmaker had a lot of great maneuvers in that fight that we're talking about, but I do think that he should be more pressured to have a play like that in this game.
Doing good so far in the lane. Chovy gonna get pressured off some farm. Just hit level 2.
Yeah, Cassio definitely annoying early on, but curious to see how he's going to do against the all-in threat of Ahri and Xin Zhao. It's not Ahri Vi, it's not Ahri Wukong, but it's still very strong. Like, Xin Zhao can get in there and can get away from the miasma relatively easily. We're getting an aggressive trade down here, but Career and Smash just kind of say no with their heal.
That doesn't feel too good. They're hitting a lot of these, I forgot the name of the ability with the Qs in Cassiopeia.
Noxious Blast?
I think that is it.
Yeah. That's crazy. I know an ability name? Like,
yeah.
What's going on
You've
here?
been practicing?
I've been studying, I guess.
Good job. You know what? Crazy. I'm proud of you.
Might even be wrong as well. Like, we don't even know 100%.
I'm not going to look it up. I'm just going to trust it is correct.
I think it's correct.
I'm going to believe that it was. We're going to live in a world where it is.
Yeah. Cassiopeia was actually my main for a long time, early on in my League of Legends career, my illustrious.
The worst is when they change the name of the ability, when you did know it and they change it.
Yeah.
Didn't they change Twitch and then they changed it back with his ult?
Yeah, they did. And also Vi. I know Atlas gets mixed up with those a lot, because he's an OG.
I thought you were going to say
all the
he's
old
a boomer.
I could have said that. You know, I was considering it. But
I could sense you wanted to.
I decided to be nice this time. I'm not going to say he's from New Zealand today. Well, I did say that.
Yeah. He was pretty upset about it.
Yeah, he was.
That's why he's not here today.
Well, at least I learned about Wellington, you know? We learned a lot,
yeah,
like a couple days ago, about geography and
that's the place where
cities.
beef Wellingtons come from, you know?
Yeah.
Like, the champagne comes from the Champignon region.
The what?
God.
I'm gonna tell your wife you said that.
Oh no! You know, I always. That's one of the ways I bother is trying to pronounce French things.
Yeah.
I just like that was wrong. That was wrong. That was even worse. Just stop. Never again.
Yeah.
Let's move swiftly on.
British and American people are famously really good at pronouncing French things.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Keen looked a little bit uncomfortable in this matchup early on, but has kind of regained control.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Charm doesn't connect there. I think Showmaker doing good so far. Definitely feeling confident in this matchup. I think at 6 it gets a bit scary though. Just the mobility from the Ahri means you can set up ganks so easily. That's another miss Charm.
All right, we got Needles coming out here. Not sure. Yeah, he's not going to go for the kill or even the flash. But.
Speaking of another level 6, it does feel bad on Jace when the enemy laner hits 6 and you're like, okay, well.
You're so cool.
Yeah. You can do that now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been doing it all lane, right?
Yeah, nothing has really changed.
Hey, when was the last time we got When was the last time we got a champion who could just ult whenever? Because we have Jace, Nidalee, Karma, and they're all really old.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Udyr. Again,
Yeah, but he's older.
Yeah, I know, but like, we haven't had anyone new, right? Or am I missing someone?
I'm trying to think, but I don't believe so. Unless there's one obvious one we're missing.
Maybe it's time.
Big trader smash gonna flash forward away from the bubble. And Ruler says, yeah, cool story. I'm just gonna Valkyrie away from that. So now, smash down flash, barrier, and career used his heal. Ruler holds on to his barrier and his flash. And the trade was even.
Yep, disrespecting a little bit. I think Yunara, the power you get in your level 6 allows you to actually opt into fights like those to sort of go deeper. But trying to take a trade like that before you have that power boost available ends up costing you all those sums. And now, when we think about that, even when Smash gets the ult available, Ruler having barrier and flash, you know, he can flash your W, he can barrier the damage. Maybe you can't look for that all-in when the cooldowns are there.
Here we go again.
Good polymorph, but still a little scary. The Gatling gun with the Tidecaller's Blessing still doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, you can see that they're now in an uncomfortable spot. Even Ruler was able to pick up the plant from the river and heal up a little bit. And are they actually going to die? I mean, they're very low and not a lot of subs available. Career taking so and a double rocket to the face! Smash! Hands on his head. That's what it's like to lane into Ruler.
The thing is, in terms of the impact on the lane, it's big, right? That is obviously massive, and it does obviously have big ramifications for the lane, for the game. But in terms of how tilting it feels to be on the receiving end of that,
yeah,
it just does not compare. That is mental shattering. He just styled on you. Just Valkyrieing across and getting the double rocket explosion.
He didn't even barrier. He didn't flash. Duro didn't flash.
Oh man, it feels bad. He popped the triple tonic, you know, the
red one.
The red one, the
boom damage one.
Yeah, 25 adaptive force.
Yeah, I got nerfed
after the nerf. But yeah, that's what it's for. That's why it got nerfed, because you pop it for those big moments, and definitely appreciating that extra damage. Yeah, obviously now Ruler's super fed, but it's just so tilting being on the receiving end of this. They're obviously stacking next to the turret for safety, but the big rocket. And especially, you know, two young players.
Woo! Boom! Yeah, he knows. He knows about the boom boom damage.
Yeah.
He's like, oh yeah, boom. All right, there's a nice bait here, actually. Lucid gonna get in on top of Ruler. Who the does use? Oh no, yeah, the rocket is going to miss, and now Chovy does come down, but Duro in a lot of trouble. That's a kill going over to Career. Super low on health is Smash, though, has to disengage, and that means that it will be a kill on the Lucid in the follow-up. As Chovy continues in, the Charm is going to miss, though.
Good dodge.
As now we got Showmaker coming over, and even he doesn't feel that confident to go in.
Yeah, Canyon's just kind of playing... He's just like, I'll go left, I'll go right.
Yeah.
He would stay there all day. He's not walking into the Cassiopeia. But a good pickup, honestly, from the bot lane of D+, baiting there for that jungler. Chovy doesn't connect that charm in the end, otherwise it could have been an even trade, but the shutdown they got on Arula is massive. And I was talking about how tilting it'd feel to die in that manner. They don't let it get to them, and they're able to answer back in a huge way. Could have been a third kill for Ruler as well. I think the major thing for me was the dodge on the big one. That comes a little later. So Ruler and Duro feeling really confident. Duro's ult isn't ideal. And you can see Ruler getting a lot of poke here. It's the big one that comes in a second. Now.
That went through Smash, by the way.
Yeah.
We have a play in bottom lane as Duro is just dead. Canyon says, I will get revenge for my supports.
Honestly.
Please consider Duro in your palm vote.
Good fighting back from Smash and Korea. Can you have to put extra attention down to kind of figure things out?
I mean, in live, they were in between turrets. Like, they're zoning Smash and Career off of farming, and it's just feeling really bad. They're trying to take down Canyon now, and they might just be able to, so at least that does come through.
They're answering back really well. Ruler's still ahead, but it's honestly much closer than it was. At one point, it was like 1,600 gold up after those first 2 kills. I think Gen G just trying a bit too hard. They were so confident with their lead. And now, you know, it's a gold lead for Lucid. It's only slight, but he's getting some feed off this. Yeah, this is very aggressive.
Especially with Canyon there, I think you can just do this.
But just not respecting the sustained damage from the Yunara. You are a very burst-focused lane as the Corki Nami. Didn't have anywhere to retreat to there as well. And Lucid just being like, you can't do this. Your Corki is too low to step up. Career flashes to back up his jungler. This has been a scrappy bot lane.
Yeah. I do think trying to put the nail in the coffin on that lane a little bit too hard from the side of Ruler and Duro. They had a big lead. They still have a big lead, but it's not nearly as big. And that is going to be another Petrifying Gaze that does not land on the Chovy. He's been good about dodging those. Keen going to eat some needles, but not too many of them.
Yeah, eating needles not good for you. Generally.
It's pretty dangerous.
Yeah.
You do not want that in your stomach.
Hazardous. Okay, let's see what Ruler and Duro do here. I expect they will continue to play extremely aggressive to make up for the fact that they messed up some of the recent plays. Obviously, they have to get even further ahead, so they have to play aggressive. Whereas if they were behind, they would have to play aggressive to get back ahead.
Of course, yeah.
Consistent theme.
Finishes Trinity Force, but we do have Kraken Slayer for Smash. Still about 900, 800 gold. Ahead is Ruler.
I mean, it's still a lead, but just not as much as it was or could have been. Duro does have the mandate though, and finishes Dreammaker, so it's a lot of burst. It's a lot of burst. It's a little scary, and I think the sustained all in from Smash and Career is big, but it's like, can you get a short trade and be non-committal is the question. Hard to be non-committal when Lucid is around and is ready to ult you.
Yeah, Lucid's nearby. Canyon also, we do have this Chemtech Drake spawning in about 40 seconds. Notably, this time DK at least got the grubs in the trade for the first Drake. So there's something that they were able to get on the objective screen. And maybe even able to fight for the second Drake this time as well. With Chemtech on the cards, should be a decent soul.
Yeah, Chovy has Malignance completed, so a big spike for him. Showmaker has been doing well in lane, but is on Roa tier. It's not the biggest spike for the Cassiopeia. Has the mana pool, but just not a ton of damage yet. Other than just base damage.
There's a lot of pings in that bottom river from the blue team, where they do not have vision. And just probably telling Showmaker to be careful about Canyon, but not really going for any play in the mid lane. Just trying to clear out vision around the Drake. As Miasma comes in, definitely a very nice trade here from Showmaker.
Yeah, he just takes away 70-60% of Chovy's health bar. I mean, there's a bit of sustain on the RE, but that's not a good spot to be in with the Dragon up and available. No TP as well on Chovy. Does hit level 11, but it's going to get a reset. So if Chovy TPs, maybe they can set up for this. They're looking for Smash, though.
Yeah, just trying to kill Smash here, but it's Lucid, actually, who gets the big play with the Wild Growth on top of it. Gen G totally baited, and now Smash running forward. Canyon has to flash away. Smash goes on in, and it works out this time. Picks up the double kill, and that is a very fed Yunara at this point.
Charging in with the Corki, being the one to lead it. A little bit ambitious, little bit of an overstep from Gen G, and D+ quick to punish. Considering how the lane went, Smash and Craig getting exploded by Ruler from the same rocket. How tilting that must have been. The bounce back has been crazy. Smash now 4-2-1 with a gold lead in the bot lane, and D+ with a gold lead overall. Great to see. It's also a Cloud Soul, which I think honestly is as good as it could get for this D+ lineup. See it coming out, Ruler dives in. Lucid's been waiting there for an opportunity, and Ruler had flash, but I just don't think there's any way you're getting out here. Canyon eventually flashes, but is followed. No damage to really turn it around. And yet Cloud Soul, considering one of the issues with this D+ composition was closing the distance.
Yeah.
and getting in range, the extra movement speed, especially on demand, is so valuable for them. So
yeah, it's huge for Gwen, Wukong, Yunara, obviously, and
Cassiopeia also. The change to her passive was because she obviously she can buy boots now. You may have noticed no more jokes about. Well, we can still make the joke. How did Cassiopeia buy boots?
Yeah,
but she gets extra movement speed from sources.
Sources, yeah.
I forgot what the actual wording is.
Sources.
Sources.
Or is it sauces? I don't know.
Sources say.
Yeah.
Sources say. Now I'm saying it weirder because.
Well, you're already saying it pretty weird.
Increases
so,
the effectiveness of all movement speed bonuses by a percentage based on level.
From many different sources.
So, shut up. So presumably, I mean, that will work with the Cloud Soul as well. So Showmaker will be zooming.
Yeah, definitely will be. We've looked a lot at the top lane trades. I mean, we've seen these trades many a time and many a game. Does look like Keen has stabilized and has a slight lead. So feeling good about that. Would like to see a Jace actually do things.
Wait.
In a game?
Showmaker just bought boots.
He did, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And Youmu's can be so obnoxious against Gwen, where you get the phase rush and then you just Youmu's away from the needles, and it's like, well, I get my burst trade and you get nothing.
Yeah. That early pickup from Keen helping him navigate the matchup. But now it's super close. I mean, especially with how game one went, D+'s team fighting with the insane deficit they had wasn't that terrible. When they got to the 5v5s, like all things considered, there were some okay moments. It's just they were 13,000 gold down. So I need a closer game.
Oversteppers here, as we are going to have the charm come in. The flash and the ult does go down, but Chovy does not get hit. Lucid, though, is here. Flash available for Chovy, so he's not going to overcommit. But at least does help out against the dive on Showmaker.
Okay, well, they get a flash from Showmaker, so it's still positive for Gen G, but they definitely were hoping for a bit more there. Yeah, very hard to kill Keen. Too much movement speed. Even when he's caught recalling there, just able to disengage from the situation.
Well, trades in the jungle. I do like that Lucid's trying to be pretty proactive. You know, with Cassiopeia winning her lane, with Smash and Career not really being challenged. Now, is this too deep is the question. Is going to go in with the Cyclone. The red buff is taken here by Canyon, as he might just die anyway, but the heals do come in from Duro. And Showmaker not committing to the kill, actually. Just back off a little bit and does not commit to take down Canyon, who did have his flash.
Ooh. Close down the rocket.
Uh-oh. Looks like she should be okay, but
1 second on the ult from Chovy. Won't chase ultimately, but pressure achieved for Gen G. Remember, they're the ones with the poke and the sustain for the Nami, so when everyone ends up low HP after these fights, it feels like they're the ones who benefit. Both mid laners getting some pressure in the side lane, but it's Chovy who's hitting the tower. But now, this is the poke from Gen G's composition. Gonna lead to them getting that mid-tier 1, which they will feel good about. Dragon in 30 seconds, resets coming in a little late for, I mean, both teams, to be honest, so it doesn't really amount to much. But it's going to be a bit of a rushed Dragon setup. You can see neither team really has the vision in the area right now, other than like one ward from
There's
Gen G.
one ward, yeah.
Yeah, so...
And this is a very even game. Like, yes, Gen G has a slight lead, but, you know, one team fight. We've seen team fights that go against the team that's down 5,000 gold in this meta. Absolutely, DK can fight here if they want to. Now, it's looking like they don't want to.
This is typically when Gen G would be quite strong, but Ruler's...
Oh, Chovy just kind of going insane mode. Not going to land that charm, though, on a smash. Does a little bit of damage, but they have the Lulu, as Lucid says. I've got a Rift Herald. Chovy tries again. That's not going to work out. Now Chovy in an awkward spot, and the engage is gigantic for the Wukong, and the Lulu picks up Chovy, who was trying to be the playmaker, but it does backfire big time. And now the push is on here for DK, and maybe a dragon in their pockets.
Yeah, Chovy tries to be the hero and just massively oversteps. You know, this is a composition that can poke and prod. He tries to engage, and it backfires completely. And now D+ will pick up the dragon, easy as that.
Now Canyon's going to find Xiu here in the jungle. He's also got Duro on the way. Flash available for Xiu. He's going to utilize it, but okay, he's running it off, actually. And he does get away.
Gwen too tanky. They will get this tower in the top lane, but doesn't really feel like much of a consolation prize, especially as they're trading on the other side of the map. Good. Ultimately for D+. And this just felt overforced by Chovy. I mean, it doesn't connect. Obviously, if it did, it's a different story, but also they had to poke the pressure here. I think just maybe hesitant about trying to force into areas they didn't have vision on. And this ult from Lucid gets so much value here.
Yeah.
Chovy also going Malignance into Rocket Belt. So, a lot of dashes. He definitely has set himself up to be the engage. He's like, I am diving in. That is my objective in this game.
Yeah, he's the playmaker against the playmaking maker on the other side. And I do think that they do need someone like Chovy to set up plays alongside of Canyon, because we talked about the engage from DK, how it's a little bit lackluster, but in an even game state where Lucid keeps getting these giant plays with the Cyclone and the follow-up with the Wild Growth, that's definitely enough. If they can close the gap, which they are, it does feel like Gen G are overextending, which is giving these, you know, these awesome plays for Lucid. Like if they're playing back, if they're poking, then Lucid doesn't quite have the angle. But so far it's been like 3 times, a couple times down in the bot lane, and obviously here in mid, where Lucid's been able to find those angles, and Gen G are just getting engaged on.
Game's still close. I'm just a little concerned as well because this Gwen's starting to become a real problem. Cassiopeia has fully stacked Archangels and fully stacked Seraph, sorry, and Rod of Ages. Smash has 3 items. I will say that Korea went Ardent Sensor and Shrelia's. I think a Mikhail's would 100% be the right call here. Having the cleanse for the Ari charm and for Bubble, much higher value than the attack speed and the on-hit.
Well, Smash is, he's just getting in there. he's really taking out Duro. And he has dodged quite a lot so far in this game, so maybe just saying, continue to dodge, I'll get the Mikhails eventually.
Only takes 1 to hit.
Yep.
And also it does work on other people too, so... but yeah, I think as well in the last fight, Ruler didn't have his Mirror Mana fully stacked, so they weren't as strong as they should have been at that point of the game. And now you're sort of approaching the point where D+'s composition's really coming online, right? Smash is super strong, Showmaker's starting to feel really strong, Shivu too. And if Gen G are even at this point...
Pause.
If they're even at this point, right, like we'd hope that they would be ahead in bot lane, ahead in top lane. Yes, top lane was a little ahead. Bot lane kind of squandered their lead. And overall, the gold is close. And they need to be set up and landing the poke, and we're just not seeing that. I'm a little concerned. This could be a really good spot for D+, especially if they start stacking up those dragons. I think the next dragon fight could end up deciding really the story of this game.
Yeah, Gen G, not usually a team that does much happy gaming. Generally, if they get a lead, they're very good at snowballing their leads and kind of just putting an end to the game before the enemy team has an answer. But Lucid was there every single time in the bottom lane when they went way over aggressive. And now Gen G find themselves in a weird spot they don't find themselves in very often. And shout out to D+ Kia, you know, there are so many numbers and things that we can say.
Well, Lucid's no longer here. Lucid has left the building.
Same for Career. Please don't tell me this is a almost full team toilet issue in the middle of the game. I guess we're just allowed to take toilet issues and toilet breaks at any time. Fox, do you perhaps have to use the restroom?
Nope.
Well, if you did, you could just leave, okay? I'll hold down the fort.
Look,
so
here's
it's
my
all right.
take. Here's my take. I know, obviously, Wolf has strong opinions about this.
I definitely lean towards Wolf's ideology.
But I
not
actually
as
have more issue with the toilet issue when it's right at the start of the game. Okay? That's what bothers me, because if it's right at the start of the game, like, you should have known in the break or before the game. If you're 24 minutes in the game, sometimes maybe
stuff happens.
Stuff happens, right? Maybe you have something you ate last night, or you have a stomach bug, or you just drank too much water.
The whole team? Like all four of them?
No, because what I think happened is one player called for it, and the others were like, we'll just all go, right? It happens, right? Sometimes these things do. Obviously, ideally, it wouldn't happen, but things happen, It's better than the player being stuck in an uncomfortable position. I'm more accommodating, especially in longer games. This hasn't been that long. It's only been 24 minutes.
Yeah, if it were 44 minutes, I'd say okay.
But I do think, circumstances happen if you've been in the game for a while. I do think that when it's like the game hasn't even started, and it's like, yes, there are exceptional circumstances, but when we had like so many games where the game hasn't even started, and it's like we just had a break,
Yeah, I think also when one player does it and it's allowed, other players are like, oh, I can do that as well. And it does feel like we've become a little bit more lenient with the toilet issues over the years. I remember the first one. That was like a huge deal, and like QV's running across the stadium, and it was like 40 minutes into the game. It was a very slow meta, and something like that hadn't really happened before, not to that extent. It was a close game as well, so it was like very tense, but he was like, sorry guys, I have to go, But nowadays it's like, oh, I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable 20 minutes in. Let's get the whole team down there. And yes, I know that is one person and it kind of snowballed, but
I think that's the thing, is that like, obviously pausing the game and taking the momentum out of it isn't ideal, but I wouldn't want a player to feel like, they're stuck on the stage in a really uncomfortable position. So, we kind of have to take the unfortunate pause with the fact that, it means that the players get out of that uncomfortable situation.
Those two were in an 8-year relationship and a 6-year relationship rooting for Gen G. So for the first 2 years of their relationship, who knows who they were fans of, but it wasn't Gen G.
Wow, interesting.
But after that, sticking with Gen G for 6 years. And 6 years ago was 2020, and that was a very interesting year for Gen G because that was the year of Domlin Gaming at the time, winning Worlds in 2020.
Yeah.
Gen G were still a strong team, but it's not like they joined on the Gen G bandwagon when there were some big moments, but certainly they were a top contender.
This one is girlfriend likes Chovy, boyfriend likes Showmaker. That could be tense.
Yeah.
Heated even.
I like Degon. He's my favorite AD carry.
Yeah.
This is a Chovy fan. As you can tell, not by the Chovies, but by the cat drawing there in the middle.
That's what gave it away.
Yeah. I mean, he used to have like the snaggle tooth, but he since then got braces and looks great nowadays. We do have the return of some of the players here.
Was Korea the last one?
And based on the amount of time it took, maybe there is something going around over there on the side of DK, because that was not a quick visit, if you catch my drift. As Lucid was the one who did start it all off.
Oh, he's got the smile.
And he'll be the last one back.
Okay. We should be good to go.
Well, maybe Gen G
what?
used this.
Imagine if we unpause, Gen G instantly pause. That'd be a power move, honestly. I'd respect it.
I think they should, just to send a message.
Yeah.
And what could the refs say, you know?
Couldn't you have gone when D plus
No.
going?
Oh, I only felt like I had to go now. All right, well, we're here to play League of Legends. Thankfully, the League of Legends has begun again. Let's just pretend that was a mouse issue.
Sure. Whatever you say, Brendan.
Yeah, Lucid with the mouse issue. But we're all back into the game as Genji, well, Keen misses 2 CS there. But it's okay.
Okay, we're in the game. Still super close. Dragon in a minute 15. I feel like this is a really big point of the game, especially with Baron available. And a lot of DPS on both sides. A big fight win here probably just leads to Baron. I think Genji need to get set up, poke and prod. Get some poke down to the right members. And ultimately, don't let Lucid anywhere near your squishy champions, which is a lot of them, if we're being real. And also care Smash. If you land CC on Smash, though, there's no outs. If Chovy does connect the charm this time, there's no way to free him from that.
Yeah, second time's the charm. Get it?
No, I'm not following.
Oh. Well, that's okay.
You'll have to explain it later.
I got you.
Yeah. Right now, Genji doing a decent job of getting vision in the area. Do need to start getting some poke down as the members of D+ try and push in. If they can start to get some poke down, that's ideal. Chovy holding off Hugh at the moment. Smash has Bloodthirster, so he's able to sustain up a decent amount. In the meantime, Genji.
Uh-oh. Hide on bush.
Yeah.
And let the Corki engage.
A little bit of poke there. Remember, the Jace Shock Blast did get nerfed on this patch, so not really...
Feels like it does nothing.
It's not hitting that hard. Oh, there's a snake behind.
They saw him. Like, they know he's here. And now Showmaker just going to try to flash away, but instead he's just going to die. So
okay, that's not good.
The Gambit does not pay off.
Yeah.
Although they are going to get tier 1, but they're losing the Drake for sure.
Went for the sneaky flank, got caught out.
Meanwhile, okay, Duro just going to melt just like that. Smash, diving the turret, flashing underneath, and picks up the double kill. Meanwhile, Chovy just a solo kill on a Gwen here on Asiu in the top lane. Pretty interesting how that one managed to work out. The Dragon, by the way, was not taken. So Canyon had to back away just based off the aggression of DK.
Yeah, this ends up working out favorably for D+.
Yeah.
Ruler and Duro step up too far in the mid lane, get exploded by Smash.
They're just going to do Baron.
No.
Just kidding.
No, he's taking the Scuttle Crab. Yeah, so they end up getting the Dragon anyway. They circumvent the entire situation because Ruler and Duro just disrespect Smash and Korea in this situation.
When have they done that before?
Well, Duro especially, that was super egregious. And Ruler also goes down. Was well played by Smash there, but just complete disrespect, I feel. You know, you're on a squishy Nami. Can't be walking up like that. And the rest of the team is forced to move to peel. Chovy does find a nice solo kill here. With the Shroud down, he's like, okay, it's go time. He does the old press my ult several times.
Yeah.
The Q misses. The charm does hit though. And then he gets the follow-up Q there. Well played. But this Yunara is very scary. And I believe Korea will eventually get a Mikhail's.
Eventually. But first, he will get the Oblivion Orb.
He already had that.
Forbidden Idol. But, yeah, it's taking quite a while, is the point. And, you know, when Smash first picked Yunara, we were saying, hey, you know, there's Nautilus available. There are ways for Genji to deal with this, but Yunara is very strong, especially if it gets fed. He's pretty fed, and he's ahead of Ruler, who got his Corki, one of Ruler's favorite picks nowadays, if not his favorite. And we were thinking, especially after the double kill in the bottom lane under the turret, that Genji were just going to roll this game too.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, they should have, right?
They should.
It should have been, when you have that much of a lead in the bot lane, they played this one very fast and loose, and Ruler and Duro, it's been a bit sloppy. Chovy also kind of has been bullied out a little bit by Showmaker in the lane. He has picked up some gold now, he is ahead, but the lane wasn't super advantageous. Showmaker was holding his own. Top lane, Keen's done fine, but you know, it's Jason the Gwen, right? What takeaways from that is there? And the Shock Blast, they're just not doing that much damage. You know, I think the big takeaway is he was pushed out from the jungle.
Oh, this time he is going to force Chovy to use all his dashes in the opposite direction. Nearly dies to the final blast of needles.
But they reduced the damage of the Shock Blast quite significantly. Like, they lowered the AD ratio, they lowered the base damage, and it's amplified by the acceleration gate, so the nerfs feel even worse.
Yeah.
And I just feel like we've seen it now. It's just not doing that much damage. So
yeah, I mean, a Jace that's ahead is supposed to be nearly winning engagements by just shock blasting you from afar.
yeah,
Like, we've seen that if you hit the right targets, and a lot of the times he's been hitting Lucid, who is not the right target, but shouldn't be taking that little damage for sure. Or maybe he should with the changes. So that's what you get for picking the Jace. Lane dominance into the Gwen, picks up Dusk and Dawn, and takes over the game. Which is probably going to happen. Ooh, the tidal wave, very nice, but I don't think Ruler gets out anyway, as Lucid just finds the angle. Bit of a Ruler spot there, as he does not have his flash, and is just hanging around, no vision in mid lane. Meanwhile, Lucid takes a bit of a chunk, but
every time I see the Shock Blast hit Lucid, I'm like, is that it?
yeah.
Is that actually it?
Is that all you have to offer, Jace?
And honestly, they could have gone something else. Like, the Akali was available, and Akali just kind of mangled Gwen. Yeah, just caught out. You know, I talked about some of the concerns for them reaching the Corki. They're not really struggling with it. They're kind of just charging at him. Lucy doing a great job this game. Was underperforming last one, but really finding the angles here. And Cloud Soul's in a minute. If they get Cloud Soul, they will just run them down at every opportunity. Gen.G do not stand a chance.
Yeah. And the amount of poke you're doing will severely fall off as more and more items and levels come in for the side of DK. Your Jace is going to feel even more useless as the game comes along. And this is looking good for D plus Kia. Like, D plus Kia have not won a match in the last 20 matches against Gen.G, but they have won games. They have won games here and there.
But no one's won a single game against Gen.G all LCK Cup.
Yeah.
This would be the first game loss for Gen.G this year. Well, yeah, because Casper Cup was last year.
Yeah.
So first game loss for Gen.G this year, which is crazy to think about because we are in February, halfway through already.
Well, they still don't have Mikhails, so potentially an angle here. Canyon's being chunked out so much before the fight even begins by the Cassiopeia, and now they can just kind of run at the Dragon. They have so much damage on this. They don't even need the Unara. But here comes Gen.G pushing down the mid lane.
The problem is it's so hard to approach when you don't have vision. If you run in there, they'll just engage on you. They're trying to threaten the Baron, but I mean, this is just not realistic.
This is on vision. So, Showmaker does have TP as well. You see they pull off the Baron. They're not actually going for this.
Okay,
that blast did some damage, okay?
Yeah. Squish your target.
TP's coming in.
Did a lot more, but
from both. Actually, don't really get too much value out of that. They are going to get first track in a mid lane inner, so they do take that down.
Gen.G are in a comfortable spot here.
Well, they want to go in on a Shu and try to burst him down before the fight even begins. He's in the mist, and he is immune, but not for long, as eventually he will be taken down. Even the Wild Growth gets used here, as he was 100% dead, Wild Growth or not.
Can they do Baron, though, is the question. They've been a lot of tools there already. Duro and Canyon's ults down. This is still risky.
My eyes are on Chovy. He's got the engaged potential. Lucid's going to go in. Ruler takes a heaping, helping of damage, and now Smash is just running forward, and Chovy is late to the party, although he does take him down, and that's going to be a lot of damage taken away, and Canyon kind of unkillable as Chovy goes back in. Lucid on the backswing is taken down by Chovy. A very close fight in this one, but Smash does go down.
Yeah, a lot of shutdowns picked up for Gen G. They end up ahead in gold, but the problem is the soul is still in the pockets of D+. And it's still fairly even in terms of the fight. They managed to get Shu here. It's a good pick. The TP comes round. And as you said, the wild growth is used, but doesn't really change the fate. Kind of wasted there. But here, the damage that comes down that ends up finding both Keen and Ruler. Smash doing so much here. Lucid connects on a Ruler. Smash shreds both of them, and then Lucid follows up. Smash goes too far, though.
Yeah.
Ends up getting taken down by Chovy. Chovy then ends up getting this cleanup here on a Lucid. It's close, really close to him going down, but the flash away keeps him alive. And then Showmaker and Korea just disengage from the situation.
Cannon just trying to take Baron here in live? It
Oh,
looks
yeah,
like with Showmaker,
on the end.
yeah,
we didn't
Showmaker's
see that.
still done. So I think with Showmaker not in the game at the moment for 10 seconds and no TP. Oh no, just gonna face check the brush. And DK, you cannot afford to make little mistakes like this and give free kills to Gen G. Yes, you're ahead, you have the Cloud Soul, but they will always punish you.
This is such a frustrating game for D+, because that play around the Baron, it doesn't feel great, but it doesn't feel that bad. It was pretty even until Showmaker died on the back end. You know, we thought he was out.
And now they're trying to overextend
Oh,
here.
he's
The bubble
caught.
comes in, Lucid is caught, and I mean, they don't have Shu. They're just, I don't know, it feels like DK are the desperate ones.
They've lost all discipline. This is unnecessary. They're just throwing themselves at Gen G.
This was, I mean, DK were in total control of this game. And it was close, but like, a couple big mistakes here and there, and now all of a sudden it doesn't feel all that close.
I mean, the gold was neck and neck. Even though it felt like D+ were getting these advantages,
Yeah.
Smash was fed. They got the Cloud Soul, which should have really helped them out. The gold was close, and now Gen G are 6,000 gold up.
This is a big Red Bull Baron power play, almost 4,000 gold and counting.
I think this is why it feels so frustrating, because this was such a winnable game for D+, and they've just thrown it away.
Chovy's 5,000 gold ahead.
Showmaker should have been able to disengage from the situation.
Yeah.
The Baron shouldn't have gone over. Shu ends up getting caught. Lucid ends up overstepping and getting blown up. You have an 8-3-3 Yunara, and with Cloud Soul, you can just pop ult and run them down, and you're losing. Dives in here, gets disengaged. Good peel from Duro, and they just blow them up. And now Chovy might be in trouble.
I think Chovy is in trouble indeed. He does not have his ult, and just like that, will be taken down.
Okay, good pick. But there's nothing really to capitalize on in the meantime. Still good to pick it up, don't get me wrong. Wait, Chovy just... I'm pretty sure he had
Bought a
no
Void Staff.
components in his inventory, if I'm right. I think he just outright bought a Void Staff.
Well, he's pretty Giga-fed.
Yeah, he's pretty monster-fed.
He's pretty Omega-fed at this point.
He was
in the
not
game.
having a good time in lane as well. He was kind of having a rough one, and he's just taken over this game.
Yeah.
So, he's pretty monster-fed. There is a Mikhails now for Korea, but doesn't stop the damage.
Yeah.
Just stops the CC. Elder in a mid-13, and you're now at a big deficit. This game doesn't feel nearly as good as it did before. And I feel like if you lose this game when you were, you know, an arm's length away from having it
GA.
in control,
Yep.
you're going to feel so bad. 50 seconds. GA picked up for Keen. A lot of these final items starting to come in.
Yeah, the timing on this is very important. You see that final item bought with the GA. As you got to be careful about stepping up to the Corki, because he's got range, he's got Nami, and even though he's behind the Unara, he still does tons of damage.
Well, they have the poke, really.
Yeah.
You know, we wouldn't see them set up for it or them doing this much before.
Not like this. Well, actually, exactly like this. Caught on vision, kind of a wonky ward spot, and Shiu just does not expect it. Although they didn't have ward in the bush either, so yeah, just assuming he would be okay. But Chovy's just so fed that you can't make those plays anymore. Not at this point in the game. So now we got Elder in 5 seconds, and they don't have their Gwen.
I'm not even sure if they can make it in here. They're going to take so much poke as they move forward. They're already so low.
It's a very awkward spot to try to approach the dragon when you don't have vision in the brush. And they're just focusing down the Elder. It's getting quite low. The engage does come in from Canyon. It's gonna force them back. But Lucid can get access to this pin. It's just gonna be a flip, and he gets it to Lucid! Lucid with the big pickup as he's gonna go down, but now Showmaker and Smash trying to move forward with that Elder buff. Not quite able to get on in there just yet, but they do take out Keen. And they say, okay, we got the Elder, that's good enough. Jovi wants more though, he's gonna flash on in, takes out Lucid, forces a flash himself. And now Smash goes in and just goes to his GA. Does get the kill on a ruler, so that could be pretty big. And we do have the res coming in. Jovi tries to take him out, and he does! And that is gigantic from Jovi, but still, Showmaker alive, Canyon trying to survive, so the game doesn't end, but he will go down. And DK will look to push mid.
That's enough. They have a Gwen. They can end the game. The hero play from Smash and Lucy. They get the Elder low enough. They get the smite. They bring the game back.
And the game is over. It's just over from here. 17 seconds on the chase. There's no chance. It's low health bars, but it does not matter. And Shu gets back into the fight at the very end with this TP. He will be the one that kills the Nexus. Down it goes. D plus Kia makes us have a series.
Oh man, a tense one. It felt like it was slipping away from D+, but a clutch play in the end. The focus on the Elder, you can see in the coach booth. Yeah, Lucy, he knows. That smite came in clutch. That was a difficult one to finish out, but it came down to the smite on Elder, and I think Genji letting it get low enough that they could just rush in and finish it out.
Yep.
Smash with the 40k damage there. And look at that gold graph. That was absolute chaos. They handed Genji their first game loss of the year. And we've seen so many situations like this. Genji have had massive undefeated streaks in the LCK. And sometimes it happens, right? They start to fall behind and they claw it back and it feels like they're inevitable, but D+ say no. We're at least getting one game tonight.
Well, they got a big one. A very close one it ended up being. As a bit of a roller coaster there in the last 5 or so minutes with the Baron fights and the Elder, obviously. So now we got 1-1. DK is actually in the series, and we'll take a break.
야, 나 가볼게. 코르 켜.
야, 빨리 가.
야,
빠지고.
가자. 가야 돼. 간다.
야, 장로. 야, 장로.
왔다. 야, 뒤에 묶어줄게. 빨리 가.
제이스부터.
야, 제이스.
나 10초.
나 봐줘.
나 8초.
천천히.
야, 근데 미칼 대 지금. 미드.
야,
아리 공돌아.
야, 텔 보고 바텀으로 쪼이는 거야?
야, 나 죽었다.
야, 아리.
야, 봐줘. 야, 신발. 좋아.
야, 쳤어. 야, 나만.
좋아.
펠 잘 써야 돼, 나.
짜오.
아리 노공이야, 금지야.
짜오.
아리 매우. 야, 짜오만 그냥 짜오할 수 있는 사람. 짜오.
싸우면 끝나. 짜오자면 끝나, 얘들아. 짜오자면 끝나. 야, 바텀.
짜오만 줘. 짜오.
쉬어. 여기 좀. 야, 바텀.
아, 미드. 야, 미드.
농심 레드포스는 일찌감치 올라와서 좀 기다리고 있는 상황, 그리고 DN 슈퍼스는 기세가 한껏 올라와 있는 상황입니다. 과연 어떤 팀이 플레이오프로 올라가게 될지 양 팀의 세 번째 세트 출발합니다.
리신 어디야? 리신 지금 늑대. 탑 이번에 싸움 날만해.
자, 그리고 킹겐의 점화 돌아왔거든요. 점화 걸고 너 전멸 없잖아.
그다음에
탑 잡았다. 아유 죽었고.
얘 라인 푸시하려나?
푸시할 것 같은데 그냥 걸리면 노플이야 노플. 오케이. 야 탑이다. 나 살짝 흔들어 볼게.
잡았다.
노플. 와 큐도 많네. 이번에 탑 싸움 나면 그냥 다이브 깎아줄 볼게. 얘 필.
라인 밀 수 있냐? 얘
밀 수 있어. 노플이야 노플. 노플에 점화도 없고 궁도 없어. 야 이거 음파만 맞추면 죽어. 탑인가? 뭐지 얘 지금 여기 아니면 유충 가서 나 가는 중. 깔 수 있냐? 괜찮? 형만 안 죽으면 돼.
나 갔다.
나 빼긴 할게 일단. 음파 못 맞췄네. 나 죽은데 이러면? 나이스. 터졌을게.
우리가 전령삼 지금 좀 전성이 같은데 어때?
야 이거 짜오 아래쪽인데 알리스타 깊게 나오면 보자.
우리가 바로 치던가 전령 나오는데.
얘 쳤다.
봐줄게. 텔 보고 있어 나도.
보인다.
난 마텔 찍을 생각해.
이거 멀어서 여기 나오면 볼게.
먹고 하자. 먹고 해도 안 늦어.
밀자.
타다. 이거 싸움 게임만.
알리 서킷 빠졌다.
짜워볼게.
저거.
이거 조금 쓸리긴 한다. 좋다. 좋아.
날라가.
우리 얘네 사이언 볼게.
뺄게.
바텀 갈게 이들. 사이언이 바텀 간다.
아지를 보일
아지를
때좀
탑이고.
깊게 나가보자.
세게 들어갈게.
디테일한테 무조건 있어.
디테일 어차피 아질이야.
밑에 보는 거다. 나 이거 우리 이만 좀 볼게. 야 볼게. 우리.
팔 탔다.
나 설치할게 이거. 설치할게. 투자 봐봐.
괜찮아. 앞라인부터 천천히 쳐봐.
아지를 디테일. 야 천천히. 야 이제. 리신
도구야 리신 도구.
야 일로 와볼래?
맞아. 뒤로.
내가 이겼어. 못 봤다. 그래.
한타 하면 그냥 기분 좋을 때 우리가.
그냥 맞대면 무조건 이겨. 피하지 마. 이 라인 살짝 세게
이 라인
들어가.
살짝 세게 들어가 보자.
이런 거 탑 2차 하려고 하면 나강
보고 싶긴 해. 탑이차에서.
강 나쁘지 않은데?
이제 노플.
야 이제 보자. 형 선대?
나 리신 나 볼게.
선. 천천히 해봐.
커버만 살짝 해줘.
이제 잡았고.
좋다.
나 우리 하나.
야 구엔.
구현 봐 얘들아. 구현 세다.
같이 할게.
얘들아 구현 봐줘.
나 버려라 이러면.
하피치까지 가보자.
천천히 잡고 바로 나빠. 딱 할게. 어떻게 됐지 방금?
얘네 그냥 박았는데
서버가 좀
애매했다
나와야
우리가.
되는데?
야 우리가
어디 있다.
대치 더 좋지 않냐?
다음 라인 한번 밀고 나가자 이거. 밀어야 돼 이거.
일단 살짝 나가도 돼.
야 이쪽 한번 볼게. 천천히
야
쪼여보자.
이거 짜오 치면서 올게. 짜오 치면서 올게. 짜오 밀렸어.
나 이거 구현도 농구야.
아 그래 오케이.
그냥 녹으면 우리 좋은데.
딜러하기 싫다.
상황 보고 싶다.
야 보자.
암레차.
한대 뺄게.
사이가 높아. 천천히.
너무 빨리지 마.
너무 빨리지 마. 알리 높으려.
아지로 공조심. 봐도 돼. 야 우리.
가자.
나 이거 찔수 있어.
구엔부터.
암레차 봐.
구엔부터. 나가서.
노클.
카이사 어쩔래? 카이사 해서. 카이사 잡자.
살아야 돼.
살아볼게. 못
야,
잡았다.
끝나나?
끝날 것 같다. 근데 이거 2차 있어서 안 끝날 만도 해.
그러니까.
근데 안 끝날 것 같긴 해 나.
안 끝날 것 같아.
바로 가자. 우리 레드 쪽 돌아 있을 만하고.
야 이러고 우리 치자. 이러고 치자.
우리가 계속 이렇게 압박 주면 좋을 듯. 안 죽는 선에서 기다려줄게. 그래서.
얘네가 친다. 얘네가 쳐야 돼.
네, 집 끊으면서 백도도 살짝 생각하자.
그냥 싸움 해.
자, 공 줘봐. 주현아. 저. 카이사 잡았어.
야 터졌다. 나 안 좋아. 뺀 쪽으로 맞아. 좋다. 쏘리.
나이스.
이걸 당구를 하네. 난갈 것 같았는데.
나이스. 야하, 마지막에 당구 성공.
우리도 플레이오프로 간다. DN 슈퍼스가 농심을 꺾고 플레이오프로 올라갑니다.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. Check your hands. There's series all over it. It is 1-1 as D plus Kia come back against Gen G. And, you know, sometimes we like to cash in when we know, but a lot of the times we don't know. As we pull up the predictions, that's not exactly.
I was feeling pretty good about it at the beginning of the game. You know, I felt pretty strong. Like, all right, well, it might be the 3-0 we all thought.
Like you guys know that I was talking about, this draft is so good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna vote for Gen G 2-0, and then like, no, I don't know now.
Yeah. Only a couple of talent still have a perfect prediction left at 3-1 for Gen G, but D Plus did a great job here. Let's dive into it with the draft.
All right, so Umpty and I were talking about the Jace pick. I was losing my mind. I was like, this is such a great Jace angle. They already have the Ahri here. So when you have the Ahri set, you have some engage with that. Your bottom 2v2 is going to be super strong with the Nami still available. You can play through that, but also the Jace is going to be able to isolate the Gwen and shut down that side lane win condition. So I really like Jace into Gwen as a counter pick here, even though Jace isn't considered to be that strong on the top lane right now. Unfortunately for Gen G, though, the bottom lane had some accidents. There was some incidents down there that meant that this did not work out the way they wanted. And also, Shiwu played the Gwen matchup into the Jace quite well, but I really liked the draft here for Gen G with that Jace pick.
Yeah, same as me. I was thinking at the first, they didn't pick Nami at the 1-3. They didn't pick the top cannon like that kind of pick 1-3. So I was thinking like, is it a like Daiso draft or something? And then, but they just finished it with Ahri and banning Showmaker and shutting down the Showmaker, and they just finished with the Jace. Then I was like, whoa.
All right, clean. I really thought the Gen G's draft was very smart. At the beginning, we were like, where are they going with this? But at the end, it ended up nicely for them.
They got there in terms of the draft, but early on, as you said, bot lane highlights were the key here at the beginning of it.
Yeah, so I think the first thing is when they were playing for the aggressive, and it was their stronger timing, but Xin Zhao was like hunting the dragon and Wukong was coming faster at the lane. And then this was the start for the Yunara. Yunara was actually losing the line hard, but this made him to win.
Yeah, they just really overplayed their hand as well. Like the Nami ultimate was thrown out early, it did not work. And so this is the initial core fight here for Gen G. For sure, they get the kill back on the Lucid, but it's the Yunara that's becoming a big problem early on. And it happens a second time, you know, and this is the kind of play that when you are trying to heavily just go, okay, Jace is self-sufficient on the top lane, I am going to play through bottom side. We're going to make this, you know, Corki ahead. We're going to get this Corki ahead. And you make plays like this where you Valkyrie in first, you don't know where the enemy jungler is. You're flipping this bottom win con on a whim. It feels like it. It looks like this is a ruler call. We're not 100% sure on the Valk in there, but, you know, now your game plan is a little bit trickier to pull off.
And more importantly, the game plan for D Plus is going. This is yet again another opportunity for Smash to carry. He is a player that can do that, unless you make a mistake, which is what happens here in highlight number 2, top side of the map. Shiwu trying to push a little bit too much. 33 minutes in the game. This is late. He gets caught out here.
So the situation-wise, it was like Gen G was trying to force the Baron, they failed. So DK thought they're gonna just be base. So Shiwu was playing at the aggressive at the lane, but Gen G was just hiding there for the entire time.
And then Career, what is this? Okay, there was no saving this. At least it didn't flash for it. I was so scared he was going to eat ults. And now, Smash, your big win con. Your Yunara does not have wild growths for survivability in this fight. And even still, look at Smash, man. He's like practically zero. He's on the edge. He's like, I'm waiting to go in. I'm going to press my buttons. I am going to pop off. I'm level 16, and I'm ready to send us to a 1-1 scoreline. And if he has wild growth when he goes in here, I think he survives. He survives right here, but they don't have it because they used it on the Gwen for some reason, Career. And this ended up being a big turning point for Gen G to get back in control of the game. They get the Baron after this.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, there was a Lulu ult. I don't think Smash even knew that Lulu doesn't have ult. That's why I think he just flashed forward. But that was a tight match.
Yeah, you know, maybe trying to do a little bit too much for Career, trying to solve a problem that shouldn't have happened in the first place. Gen G take control of the game, and then it leads us to an Elder flip that goes the way of D+. But it's not just the flip, it's the decision by Chovy at the end to try and fight through this Elder.
So at the start, the fight was like quite, it looks even at the start, but the Lucid just steals the Elder and goes to the enemy side. So Gin and Lucid was doing the same job, But the thing is, Genji is fighting at the bot side, which is the blue side drone, so they can't retreat now.
Yeah, so Keen goes in because he has GA, but the rest of the team can't rejoin. And at this point, Chovy's like, there's only one way out of this situation. It's fighting your way through. I love his turn here. The chase comes through. He plays this incredibly well, but they don't have... They're fighting into Elder buff, right? The teleport comes through here as well for Shio, who's back at full health, and there's just no way they can win this subsequent fight. I think the way the setup was there for Genji was one of the biggest problems because they needed to be able to zone and actually control that smite. The fact that it goes down to a 50-50 cost them this game.
Yeah, holding on with resilience was D+. They forced the Elder and find themselves tied up in the series 1-1. What an ending to that game. Can't wait to see how it's going to go in game number 3.
Thank you, guys. We're back here on the cast for game number 3. Smash definitely having a big game in that one, but a lot of different moments that we did see going the way of DK early, mid, and late that led to their victory. And Genji gonna pick first pick, not surprising, which means that DK, of course, gonna go for blue side.
Yeah, and D+ back on second pick, that comfort zone.
But they won on first pick.
What does it mean by that?
What did they mean by that? They're the only team to beat Genji, and it was with first pick.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting.
Maybe they should experiment a little bit here in the middle of the series.
No, they have to pick blue side.
Well,
They did win on blue side, right?
they did, yeah.
And that is, to them, the most important thing.
It's better than them picking red side after Genji pick first pick, at least. But we'll see what happens in this game. You know, if DK do go down, they will have the option to pick first pick, which they probably will not. Ambessa is going to be selected, and Orianna once again denied.
Yeah. Last time there was a little fight over the Rise. We'll see if something like that is set up again here. Cassiopeia has already been taken out of the pool. Do we get an Anivia ban to set up for the Rise? That is the question. Chovy's discussing.
Yeah, could also, you know, maybe give them the Rise, but
yeah.
I feel like in game 3 that's a bit risky, so they ban away Anivia.
I think if we do get the Rise ban here, to me, Pantheon is a high prio pick that's still available. That often gets banned early rotation and hasn't had a look in yet, so maybe that's like something you want to prio early. We'll see.
I think you got to bet away Rise. Okay.
They'll be off the Aurora. So maintaining that ban that they had in the last game, it's obviously something that can be flexed and Keen will play. So I assume it's just going to be Rise first pick here.
Yeah. Especially for this team, I mean, Chovy's fantastic at it, but also Keen can play it. You know, he's not going to, but that's it just adds little bonus points. And now really the question is, what is Showmaker going to play into it, as Ashe and Mundo are coming out here? Probably going to see Seraphine eventually.
Yeah, we did see that sort of Ashe, Mundo, Seraphine composition. Like you have this front line that you just buff up, you have the slows, you kind of just death ball and move forward. Honestly, pretty difficult for the Rise to cut through that. And I know Rise obviously likes to AoE when people are clumped together, but the Mundo just charging at you is a bit problematic.
Yeah.
The Pantheon will come out, and Pantheon Rise is pretty fearsome. I'm not sure what you're going to necessarily be able to play into that mid, just with the fact that you have point-and-click CC from both parties to set it up. But my concern, for D+, it's what are you going to play mid? For Genji, it's what are you going to play bot? Because you know you're probably going to play into Ashe Seraphine. And bot lane pool's already been thinned a good amount.
Looking at Keen, thinking about Zahin.
Yeah, and it is going to be uncontested. You're going to be able to ban away things you don't want to deal with potentially, because you assume Seraphine's coming out here if you're picking this Ashe in this situation.
Yeah.
If you don't pick Seraphine here, it's going to get banned. So, assuming this is what you want, it's kind of like now or never. But they actually go in a different direction. They're looking at the Renata. No.
Yeah, I don't really see why you would do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless you specifically wanted to take Renata Glask away from the Kalista Renata, but you could also just ban it away.
Playing Kalista Renata into Ash Seraphine
There's just really no angle. I'm kind of grasping.
But this means you haven't secured your mid, you haven't secured your top, and I'm a little bit concerned about what you're going to play in the mid lane that's going to be able to survive against this and not just get bullied out. I guess maybe... I mean, it's not something that Showmaker's played so far, but maybe like a Galio has a lot of wave clear, a lot of safety. LeBlanc has a lot of safety, but not as much wave clear. They're going to ban away the Gnar, though. They're kind of given a good matchup for Keen. The Zahen doesn't really like to play into range tops. Still a lot of those open and available, though. And for D+, they're just banning anything that can kind of hook these bot lane champions. With the Blitzcrank, the Nautilus being taken away. Those are really the problematic ones. Like, you know, there is obviously Thresh, but he's not as like direct grab and pull. You kind of have to hook and then go in a bit more, and I think you still get shredded. The Victor comes through. A good amount of wave clear, but a little bit immobile.
Thinking about the Jax here.
I think Jax fits generally with the composition and is obviously Counter-Strike decent value into Zahen.
Yeah, gonna make it annoying for pretty much whatever AD carry Ruler wants to play that's left over if this Jax does get fed.
I'm just not sure what Showmaker is going to be able to play, but they're leaving it till last anyway. And now for the bot lane. No.
No. You're not playing Kalista into Ashe Seraphine Jax, please. Okay, well, they want to make it interesting.
Troublesome.
Not a Glask.
Troublesome. Well, I wish them luck. This is definitely a confidence pick from Ruladuro.
Yeah, he loves Kalista, but like...
An uphill battle.
Yeah.
I will say, Gen G definitely challenging themselves in this one. Showmaker, considering going for the TF, actually goes to the Malzahar. I think this is actually pretty cool. You know, we talked about the point-and-click CC being a problem. If you maintain your passive, a lot harder for them just to set up. You have wave clear, right? You can just kind of be non-interactive. The ult as well, suffocating into a composition. It's a short-range composition. So much control from this D+ composition. It's so hard for anyone to step up. There's so much CC. There's a lot of frontline. There's a lot of AoE, a lot of death ball. I think this is really hard for Gen G to play. If they don't get an early lead, really going to see them struggling in this one. I don't think people get to play the game.
Yeah, and it's not easy to get an early lead with what they have either. I mean, unless Canyon can go insane mode on this Pantheon and just out-gank the Mundo, which generally he should be able to, but I think he's got to have a really big impact early on.
Yeah, I think realistically, for the side of D+, just don't opt into these unnecessary skirmishes. Don't take these silly fights when you don't need to. We've seen so many games. We've seen so many games, even with crazy 13,000 gold leads being thrown, right? You don't even need to get to that point, though. There's plenty of fights you don't need to take. The game is harder to close out now. Baron is harder to take. You don't need to fight over every scuttle crab. It's not needed. So just trust in your composition. You're against a Kalista. Chill out, take it slow, and wait for the late game.
Yep. Chill out, take it slow. Surely they will do that as we hop onto the Rift for Game 3. All right, here we go. Level 1 shenanigans.
I think the main thing is tracking Pantheon because, you know, you should have prio in bot lane. As long as you just know where the Pantheon is, you should be able to have a good time in the bot lane 2v2, and as long as you're not getting ganked, you're fine. Level 6 gets a little scary because the Pantheon gets access to the ult and can start to be a threat. But yeah, just don't fall apart early. And I think D+ are in a great spot.
Yeah, I think it's funny, we've said that so many times, and teams have opted into not doing that, playing very aggro. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen here. or D plus Kia, because it would be very interesting, actually, for us if Gen.G actually fell to D+, or at least if the series got close. We expected this, the majority of us, to go 3-0, and the 3 of us that did not vote for that voted for 3-1. So
I also think it's cool that like Showmaker brought out this Malzahar pick. I was thinking like, what can he play that's going to be able to function? You know, you're into Pantheon Rise, a lot of the safer mid picks have been taken away. How are you going to be able to deal with this potential threat in the mid lane, where they have easy gank set up on a lot of the mobile picks, and you also want to have wave clear, which a lot of, you know, like LeBlanc doesn't really have wave clear, and also doesn't fit the comp. But this works well, you know. Offers a lot in team fights too. A lot of control.
Yeah. Bit of trade of sums.
Oh no, you
Canyon
didn't
is coming
cleanse?
down.
No, the level 3 gank.
Yeah, they just burned cleanse. This is becoming more and more popular, this level 3 gank, and here comes Duro. Engage Renata alongside of Engage Pantheon. Smash in a lot of trouble. There's the handshake, and Smash is done. First blood given over to Canyon. Even a little bit of extracurricular activity there at the end. But still, that's like one of the ways that this lane can go poorly, as they have no flash, no sums.
Yep. And you know what? It really comes back to the tempo cleanse from Smash, because that cleanse he used was unnecessary. He wasn't going to die. He just kind of cleansed because he was like, you know, if I don't cleanse here, I might take a bit more damage.
Yeah.
The handshake was like max range. He was actually honestly fine. But as soon as that cleanse went, it's like a signal to Canyon, hey, come bot. It's guaranteed. Guaranteed 100% kill if we go on Smash. And, you know, what happened?
Yeah, it was.
And now with sums down, this is where there's a lot more vulnerability for Smash and Korea. So
this is going to be a Smite fight. They both have Smite here, as it was a bit early, but still. Up a level here is Lucid. Has red buff that was stolen, and now Canyon just being run down here. Might be forced to flash. There it is. Gets bonked on the head by that big Summoner's Cup.
And the thing is, if Canyon had been flash bot, that would have been a kill. So a little bit unfortunate there as well. He didn't even have to invest flash in the bot lane to make that gank work. You can see when it is that 2v2, it should just be Smash and Korea poking them out.
Yeah. I felt like Ruler and Duro had a good understanding of how the early couple of levels were playing out. I thought they were trading pretty well. Obviously getting the cleanse was game-changing.
Yeah.
But yeah, now at this point, I feel like the Ashe and Seraphine should be very dominant. Cannon gets in, picks up the Scuttle Crab, and is able to get a nice back in. Top lane we haven't looked at too much, but you know, Jack's the counter pick coming into the Zahan. Looks like he's doing well.
Having a good old time. I think obviously the Zahan likes to be able to trade into melees to get that passive stacked up, but just hard to do that into a Jax. But holding up pretty well in terms of farm. So far pretty close outside of that first blood. Which, if the game is slow, D+ are fine with that. And they just need to buy time until those summoners are back up for the bot lane. That is the main thing. Canyon invading here. A little risky into the Mundo. The Rise is trying to back him up.
Yeah, Lucid just ignoring the... Oh, they're trying to go for a Realm War play on Lucid here, who just says, I will flash this, just to get away.
And you have to be so careful when you're that low in HP because of the Pantheon execute damage. Yeah, Showmaker hit 6.
And he was aggressively trading, and Lucid was right there. Like, if he just presses R on him, takes a cleaver, I think Chovy could just die. So
it's just one of those moments where Chovy, like, he just hit 6 and used Realm Warp, and then he's like aggressively trading, and then Showmaker also hit 6. It's like, oh yeah, he gets an ult too.
Yeah.
Did flash immediately. Immediately recognized the threat he was under.
Speaking of level 6, Xiu, aggressive trade's gonna force the flash out of Keen, who does not have his Grim Deliverance either.
Yeah, I assume he ulted in and then regretted it. A lot of power afforded to the Jax when he gets that ultimate. So far, I think, you know, even though we haven't seen capitalization on the lack of summoners that the D+ bot lane had, you know, obviously the first gang cannot having a cleanse, but all the summoners being down, I think not able to really push the advantage in the 2v2 that they should have for the matchup alone.
Mundo goes where he pleases, and he is very much wanting to go in and check the Raptors right in front of Chovy, soak some XP. Didn't need to do that, but wanted to check. Canyon is here on Vision, so Shiu just able to hop away. Still has his flash. But Canyon has been showing up to the top lanes at pretty nice timings to try to either get kills or to help out his laner.
Yeah, and Showmaker's going to hit that point on Malzahar where you can just blitz to the wave and just not interact with your opponent. Which is also really nice to have into a Rise because it limits his ability to move if you're just melting the wave.
Yeah. The main issue that Malzahar has is, of course, if all the little void monsters come out, he can just kind of clean them up with one rotation.
Yeah.
So it makes it a little bit annoying, but Malzahar's still pretty good at pushing that lane. Lucid doing a lot of counter jungling, as here we go. There's the Pantheon level 6, and it looks like Career might just die. He's going to flash over the wall, and the Ren comes out, and they say, you know, we've learned. And here comes Lucid, though. Going to slow down Canyon, who does not have his flashback just yet. Lucid lands another one and keeps them around. Showmaker wants to press his R button, or so I thought, but he couldn't press it onto the Renata Glass because of the Fate's Call.
Yeah.
And so sticking around, there's the flash R, and that is the lack of counterplay that they do have. But Ruler is able to flash away, but now the dive looking to come on in, and the cleaver kill just bonks him on the head.
Nicely played there. I think so patient with the ability. Showmaker not falling for the Kalista trap. I've seen so many players do it before, where you just kind of forget the Kalista's in the game, and they just, you know, burn cooldowns.
Oh, Kane, no flash. He's in a bit of trouble. Although
he's been having a rough time today into Shiwu. Forced away there. But yeah, so ult comes in. They have the summoners again, though. So able to flash out of this one, and the re-engage play comes in. The slows, the mounting pressure from this composition as you just run forward. Showmaker holds his ult, though, not falling for the trap. So many players fall for. We don't get to continue this.
Oh, the drag back does come through the Grim Deliverance, and she was just dead. Had flash, did not get an opportunity to use it.
Yep. Unfortunate. And a good gank there from Chovy. Still a bit of a goal lead for Gen G, even after everything. But I think ultimately D+ fine with that. Fierce Dragon was the Ocean, next is a Cloud. I mean, Cloud Soul would have been crazy for D+, but a lot of good souls still available.
Yeah, even Chemtech, obviously, if you can pick up a bunch of those individual ones, and then the soul for the Jax and the Mundo feels very nice.
Yeah.
So, does feel like pretty much everything is going to be strong for them. We'll see if they can actually play for the Cloud Drake. I would imagine they should be able to, but Canyon's got flash and ult up soon, so again, looking at him to try to make an impact early on in this game and really warp the lanes for his team.
Will now with a gold lead in the bot lane, which obviously isn't ideal when you have this matchup. But still, you're kind of okay with it, just with how this game is going to play out. The Kalista is going to have a hard time. That's the expected result. And in general, short-range comp into Seraphine, Ashe, Malzahar, you're going to have to play the QSS tax. And it's like, I mean, Duro's going towards Mikhail's here. Oh.
Flash on in. This is Canyon trying to make a play. Showmaker just wandering in the bottom river. He is so dead. They give the kill over to Canyon.
One of the problems with Malzahar, you are immobile. You know, walking to the river, tricky. If you get caught out, there's just not a ton you can do if it's
curious why he was there in the first place.
Not sure. I think he was trying to move bot to assist with a play, and they just got the jump on him. They have like a deep ward in the lane that I think spotted him out.
Pretty unfortunate. Canyon will land the smite this time. They do have this Drake up and available now. Here come the slows and the arrow. Trade of ultimates. Well, does take a little bit of damage there as well. Meanwhile, in mid lane, here is Canyon once again. No flash though, but he is very fast. As the ult comes in, catches him under the turret, and it Nope, might just get him. Yes, it will.
That ult timing was so good. He interrupted the stun. He actually had started the dash, and he caught him on it. Worked out so well, because he ends up getting the 1-for-1 trade when he would have otherwise just been dead.
Yeah.
Showmaker being targeted heavily now, but able to mitigate that, and now Lucid picks up the dragon. It's a Mountain Soul, which is just kind of disgusting if D+ can get that. I mean, Mountain Soul in general is pretty good.
I think for both teams, really going to love to pick that up. Oh, we got the encore here. Ruler in a bit of trouble. Is going to have the bailout. Lucid getting pretty low, but he is Mundo as, yep, not quite enough damage does come out. Meanwhile, we did see Chiu go down up in the top lane, but nice little play from DK down on the bottom side.
Yeah, Chovy doing his best to be proactive. He kind of knows in this game you need to make things happen early, and he's just kind of been everywhere so far. But Lucid, you know, we often see the Mundo just kind of farming, kind of scaling up, but he's trying to be active himself on this pick. You were so low here. I think you just have to... There was 4 minions. 4 minions under the tower. I don't think Chovy got an assist at least, so that's a small silver lining. And here the R flash comes in, catches out the Kalista, who has no cleanse. And then Lucid securing the kill and flashing out so the bailout doesn't come through. A nice play there. Yeah, Mikhail's is completed for Duro, but there's no cleanse for Ruler, and I mean, a QSS is going to have to come eventually, but you kind of need your core items first.
Yeah, he's working towards that first one. And, I mean, this is a game, you know, we saw King get ahead on the Jace, but this time he's ahead on the Zahan, and that feels much better in today, you know, in today's League of Legends, I would say.
Newer
compared
champion.
to a Jace that's ahead. Newer champion. It's really strong when it's ahead, especially. You know, if you're a Zahan and you're kind of like just trading even, like, yeah, you can still get stuff done, but we have seen some unkillable Zahans, and it is not fun to play into. Who was it, Dudu, I think, that was playing that?
Yeah. I also think that as much as D+'s composition I think is really strong, if you do start to fall behind, you know, picks like Malzahar and Ashe, they do feel like they just don't do much damage from behind.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're diving top, so those look like Canyon and Ruler and them are going to get away. Grim Deliverance does come in, but she was being run down by Chovy, who's got the Realm Warp and just kills him as he's warping. So that's a pretty easy kill on Ashi, who is now 0-3.
Yeah, they are just bullying him out, and it's not really comfortable for Showmaker to move. These solo laners just being targeted so heavily. Oh, they found Canyon here.
Yeah, there's an opportunity. Gets the dot down, and Canyon with no flash, I think eventually just dies. He is healing quite a lot, though, and the burn does come in as Chovy's here and wants to get something back. Doesn't get much back at all.
Nice.
Let's take a look at the top lane.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes that just happens. And the thing is, she was doing pretty good in the 1v1 initially, but yeah, Gangster, I think. And it just feels like Chovy just walks up top again and again and again. And there's just not much you can do in this situation. You know, he dodges away from the Grim Deliverance, and then Chovy is grimly delivered to him.
That's cool. I don't know if we've ever seen a kill mid-warp.
Yeah. And here, really not fun playing the Pantheon. You have the dot on you, the Blackfire Torch as well. Yeah.
You're just not going to get away there.
It's a big lead for Gen G so far. A lot of it on Keem, though. So he has a lot of responsibility in this game. And Showmaker does have a I'm not going to let you play the game button, but I feel like if they ult him, he's just going to kind of live through it. Like, they have to kill him as well.
So we got TP and Lucid coming up here, but we got a TP coming in from Gen G as well, as Chovy wants to join on in here, and Showmaker's going to die first. So essentially just a safety TP from Chovy. Not even 100% sure they needed it, but either way, they get him in there. They make sure 100% the kill is secured. Once again, it's really just all been about Chovy and Canyon all over the map, trying to make plays, looking for dives, getting kills.
Yeah, that proactivity. And Shiwu just struggling right now, suffering. They should be able to set up this Herald. Showmaker has TP though, so maybe a contest could come through.
And he's got lockdown as well. He's got that ult available. Duro just trying to frontline here. He gets stunned up, but now Keen and Canyon leading the charge, and in the choke is the hostile takeover, just zones them away. Here's Showmaker. Doesn't want to use it onto Duro again, as now we're going to have the flash on forward, but again, that's only onto Duro. And Canyon just gets in the Rift Herald. It's like, what's up, guys? See you later.
You can see D+ so much so trying to force that fight, seeing an angle, having these big cooldowns for the 5v5, but Gen.G just opt out of it. And a lot of flashes burn from D+. Showmaker, Smash, Career all have theirs down. Showmaker's was a bit before when that gank happened, but big flashes unavailable on these immobile backliners. And Dragon's up and available right now. Mountain Dragon being moved towards, but that Seraphine ult is down. Ashara's going to be up in a second.
This Rift Herald, by the way, it was dropped at the red team Raptors, and it's just being annoying. It's going to have to be cleared out in mid before they do make a move here towards the Dragon.
Showmaker still has his ult. Chovy doesn't have TP, and he's not here, by the way. But now that it's Shiwu, Shiwu's a lot weaker.
No, the arrow's going to go wide. That's an ult already down. They engage onto the Mundo, but they just zone him away, essentially. Lucid does have to flash, as Keen is not done with his food. He takes down another kill. I think that's his third of the contest, as they get the Dragon. The half-hearted engage from DK does not work, and they lose another one.
It was such a weird setup because Showmaker was so split. He was like a flanking Malzahar, and it's such a weird position to be in. Like, you want to push in together and have the Malzahar to control from the front. Instead, he was trying to approach and just wasn't there. So when Keen goes in, like, look at this. He's on this flank angle. So Gen.G are like, what is this guy doing? We're just going to kill Mundo. Showmaker's like, oh, no, I can help. I can ult Keen. Any second now, I'm coming. I've got it. Oh, I'm too far away. I'm over the wall. Oh, never mind. Okay, I'm leaving. You know.
Yeah.
Like,
he needs to be with the Ashe.
Yeah.
So that the Ashe can deal
honestly,
damage.
as much as Keen is super fed, them not having Shiwu there for Chovy even things up a good amount, because Chovy's a lot stronger than Shiwu is. So I'm not saying that fight was like super easy or anything, but it would have helped a lot if they just played it out and had like the front to back setup. A little bit unfortunate there.
Yeah. This game definitely looking a lot more of what we expected from this series.
I think this game is looking really rough right now because Showmaker's 2 levels down on Chovy. Chovy is Chovying. He has 215 CS, by the way.
Yeah.
He is... So sometimes we see it, it's like the number is 2 levels higher. Like Chovy's level 14, Showmaker's level 12. But it's like, oh, Showmaker's about to hit a level. That's not true. He's 2 full levels up. Well, you may think, well, maybe he hit the Rod of Ages. No. His Rod of Ages isn't completed yet. He was just 2 full levels up. Showmaker's gained some XP since I started this, but he is so far ahead. Like, that's the thing. Keen is ahead in gold, but he's only like a level up. Chovy's very scary.
Yeah. Keep in mind that they had the ability to ban Ryze. They would have had to deal with Aurora instead, but with no Anivia answer and then no pick for the mid lane,
and
the first 3,
Cassiopeia
also gone, just means that he had to go onto something weird like a Malzahar, and so far it's not working out for him.
Chovy's just had free reign. I also think just, you know what looks so scary? Look at the health bar difference.
Yeah.
Like Chovy has exactly 3,000 health. Look at the bottom left. He had exactly 3,000 health.
He's flexing.
Yeah. Just nailed it perfectly.
Yeah.
Showmaker does not have 3,000 health.
All right, well, they're going to get the Counter-Strike down, and Lucid's like, I'm here, I'm helping. It's not really what the Mundo is for.
I think the problem is Chovy's so tanky and does so much damage.
That's
and
the Ryze.
D+ being behind, they have a lot of slows, but they're just not going to be able to cut through them.
Yeah. They need the Jax to be online. I think especially when they pick something like the Malzahar, they say, okay, we have Ashe, we have Jax. I think at like 2-3 items, they should be able to shred, but not if you're down 7,000 gold 20 minutes in. You're not hitting those items, and the enemy is much tankier, so...
Being down 7,000 gold, generally, generally speaking, not optimal.
Yeah. Just makes a comp like this even more difficult because you don't have like huge potential to burst someone down. Like you do have the Malzahar ult.
Oh, nice ult.
But that's about it. And the Ash Arrow. But a lot of it can be denied. You know, Grim Deliverance, you have Fate's Call as well, and we also have Mikhail's stun, so there's no good target anymore.
Wait, is Chovy just fudging the CS numbers by... Does he get a CS number every time he kills one of the little... I'm assuming not, right? Or does he? We need to check this.
I would say probably not.
Does he?
You can see right here. I think he did.
Did he? I thought he did.
Did he not? I don't know.
I don't know.
Wait, go back bot. We need to see the bottom lane.
We need to know if he's getting a CS...
It's the most interesting thing happening right now.
If he's getting CS numbers every single time he kills like the Void monsters, he's literally just fudging the numbers. Jovi's cheating the system.
He needs to be audited. This is not fair.
Jovi just starts requesting every single mid lane in the league, picks Malzahar into him so he can just boost his CS numbers.
That does sound like something he would do.
Yep.
Oh, they're trying to posture mid. We got a second Mountain Drake of the game spawning in 10 seconds. But there's zero vision control, and DK are trying to push through mid to get some.
Because obviously you get CS numbers when you kill a ward, right?
Yeah.
We've all had the classic, you kill a ward level 1, and then, you know, you flex that you have infinitely more CS than them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tony just hit his Rod of Ages 10th stack, so now he's almost a full 3 levels ahead of Showmaker.
Level 16 on Rise. Yeah, it's rather good. Pretty solid.
Yeah. Realm Warp from anywhere. And now, as DK, the Dragon's already gone. We have Engage Renata coming in, and Engage Pantheon, I suppose, going over the top. They're trying to turn on to the Pantheon, but they just don't have any damage! And Chovy's soloing them. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Shu actually getting pretty close, but it is the res on the Zahin, so at the end of the day, you know, at least he got that. But that's not going to feel good regardless. Gen.G, they pick up the Dragon, they pick up the kill, and now they want to pick up the Baron.
Yeah, Chovy's damage is just a little bit insane. And he's going to have Actualizer probably after this Baron. It's so cheap now. We haven't even seen an Actualizer yet.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, this game seems a little bit unfortunate for D+. Oh, Lucy.
Yeah. You know, you got to try, right?
I respect it.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
It would be nice to hit some shots, though. He hit one last game. Okay, we did get confirmation from production. You only get CS for minions, not for Malzahar. So he has not been fudging the numbers. The audit has come through. Legitimate CS. Yeah, he just walks up to Malzahar and just doesn't take any damage. Ignores the Mundo. He doesn't care. He's like, I see better targets. And they both flash away from him in desperation. And now he has Actualizer, so good luck.
Yeah, he's about to actualize all over the Rift, and there's really not much that DK can do except think about game number 4.
Look, I know Showmaker's about to level up, but for a moment, 17 to 13.
It happened. It really did.
Oh my god. Yeah, we have the little graphic. It was a second too late, though, because Showmaker hit 14. Well...
He's still more than 3 levels behind. Oh, man. And again, this is what I expected from the series. Game 2 was a fluke. Like, Gen.G made egregious mistakes.
You say that, but I feel like Chovy's not been playing bad. I think we just have a really high standard for him.
Yeah.
But Chovy, this is peak Chovy right now. Like, Chovy has not been peak Chovy in all through the LCK Cup. Right now, he is peak Chovy.
So you think he should get POM?
At this rate, yes. His Ahri game was really impressive. This game has been really impressive.
I forgot I had Meteox here on the space, or on the,
no, I mean,
on the desk.
Based on this, he absolutely has earned it so far. If they win the series, you know.
It feels bad, you know, when you vote for Chovy when he deserves it, because he gets so many votes.
Well.
He gets so many votes when he doesn't deserve it 100%.
I mean,
but yeah,
his LCK Cup performance has been very good, but like again, I think we just have him to such a high standard. But his standard so far in the series has been insane. And the thing is, Showmaker's been the best performer on D+, so I thought there'd be more of a fight, but Chovy's just been, quite frankly, gapping.
Yeah. He does not have Realm Warp, and he does not care.
Yeah.
This is Keen making his way in with a newly crafted Death Stance.
Yeah, you're not killing him.
Oh, they got through his shields. Okay, and the Encore comes in, and they're still not killing him.
It was close.
The bailout does come through. Chovy just trying to stand and deliver. Not quite going to work, though, as the stun hits, too. Ruler goes down. Chovy hits the ground. And all of a sudden, DK find 3. We do have the ult away here from Canyon. And a nice little showing from DK.
Guys, it just feels like game 1 all over again. It's like you get 10,000 gold down, and D+ are like, wait, our comp could do something. Yeah, I mean, this is what the comp wanted to do, right? You have so much power, the big Seraphine ult, you fire up all these slows, right? You have the AoE healing shield. Look at all this healing that comes through from the Seraphine.
Yeah.
Keeping everyone healthy, the Mundo and the Jax moving forward, the CC from the Ash Arrow.
Smash got 1,100 gold from Chovy.
And this team, if they could just teleport at this point of the game, you know.
Start down 10,000 gold.
No,
from there.
no. If you could just start 30 minutes in the game, even gold, I think D+ could, honestly, they'd be in a pretty good spot.
You know what else they could do is play the early games better. That's also an option.
Okay, but we're being realistic now, Brendan.
Maybe something to work on for the future.
Yeah, well, it's Mountain Soul in 5 seconds. The sad thing about that last passage of play was that no one on Gen G actually flashed. So they actually have all sums. The good thing is that there's a lot of sums on D+ as well. So everything's on the table. Let's see how it goes.
Well, that was a very long handshake. The arrow is going to sail wide, but a lot of damage already done to Chovy here.
Chovy's level 18, so at least he can't get higher level.
Yeah. Sustain healing will go through to the side of DK. Keen can't really enter. He's being zoned away by the team, but this Dragon already has a lot of sticks in it from the Callista, and the 1v1 is going on, but they're looking for that Mountain Soul. But Lucid in the pit was already able to steal one. Instead, this time he's just going to have to flash away, and now Chovy just flashes on in, doesn't do a whole lot, but tanks quite a bit. Should be going down, though, as Duro as well, just thrown on in. And Shiu trying to attack that front line, but he is going to be taken down. They do get the Renata Glass, but Ruler is untouched, and Keen is untouched. Down will go Showmaker. And Keen a little bit low, but with the Callista on the chase, it looks like they can't do much. Trying a little bit to go too far. And, you know, props to them against Mountain Soul, and down 10,000 damage was a decent fight, but yeah, still not winning.
You're starting to see some of the merits of the D+ composition. But part of the problems is they're 10,000 gold down, the enemy team just got the Mountain Soul, and also there was this awkward situation where they're like, guys, we have to stop them stacking the Callista stacks in the Dragon. And Lucid's like, I'll let them stack me instead. That's also not good. Chovy's like, I'll flash in and bait the QSS. Well, he did that, and then died. It got a little messy here. A lot of CC being thrown down. Again, the value, the AoE healing, shielding, they are still 10,000 gold down. Did kind of run out of gas in the tank. Lucy didn't have his ult anymore. We've seen crazier things, but it doesn't feel super winnable still.
Yeah. I think against Mountain Soul, where you've got QSS on Chovy with the upgraded Mercs, you've got Mercs for pretty much everybody.
There's still no healing reduction on Gen G, though.
Yeah. They do have 3 QSSs, though.
Yeah.
They had to pay too much tax. They're like, no, we can't afford that.
You have to keep track of who is QSS, right? You have to just like burn it on something else. Ash Arrow, someone, or whatever. That's the problem, is they're so wealthy, that 10,000 gold, they've just spent it on QSSs. And they're like, right, Malzahar isn't a champion anymore.
Ruler's going to be really tanky. I mean, he's got Terminus, probably going to be going for the purple item.
Jack Show.
Jack Shows. Yeah.
If Lucid gets level 16, that's a huge spike for the Mundo. So hoping for that. He is almost level 15. There we go. One more level.
Yeah.
They are being threatened mid. She would just keeps 1v1ing Keen onto the side. It's been like a regular occurrence when everything else is going on.
Yeah.
The top lane is in their own world, kind of.
It's for the best. We do have the engage here from everybody, it feels like. Jovi and Canyon get on in there. They get encored, they get charged, but they don't seem to care. They just don't want to be kited out in this game, and they will not be in this one, as Shio eventually is going to go down, and that will be the end of the game. Showmaker still alive, but still not even level 16. Malzahar not able to get as much value as he would have hoped, as Gen.G will take the series here 2-1. They have one more game to go until they can fully take it, as down will go the Nexus, and Gen.G a very comfortable game number 3 win.
That is certainly one way to do it. Just brute force, smash down the door, and Gen.G peak Chovy coming out right now. It's been a hell of a series from him, and he is determined to maintain their win streak against D+. D+, I feel like, coming out with some interesting ideas in draft, trying to theory craft, how can we beat them? Can we do this? Can we do that? They have this angle, this approach. You just gotta just be better in the early game, I think.
Yeah.
It's a massive factor here. Yeah, that gold graph. Wait, actually, if you look, see at about the 2-minute mark, I think it gets above the line briefly.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm looking real I'm not sure.
It still looks
We'll have to assess it.
gold colors.
Yeah, it does look gold. Perhaps not. Well, something to work on for the next game. They did at least get a game, so they know how to kill their Nexus.
Yeah.
They just need to do it 2 more times.
From behind, not going to be easy for D+, but they had a start. We'll see if they can do it, or if Gen.G will just close out the series after the break.
붙어볼래? 야 이거 하고 싶은데?
공 긁게.
야 타워 깨면서 할게 타워 깨면서
깨면서 나 깨면서.
야 셀피
나왔어.
H 노플 야 텍스 노플
알자 되긴 하는데.
빨리 가보자 일단 타워부터 밀게
되겠다.
H 풀 있었네 있을 거 같긴 했어요 근데 상관없어 얘 풀로 보던가 저 풀이 없어요
내가 있긴 한데
잘 가요
딜이 안 된다.
나이스
용신 레드포스는 일찌감치 올라와서 좀 기다리고 있는 상황, 그리고 디엔 슈퍼스는 기세가 한껏 올라와 있는 상황입니다. 과연 어떤 팀이 플레이오프로 올라가게 될지 양 팀의 3번째 세트 출발합니다.
리신 어디야? 리신 지금 늑대 탑 이번에 싸움 날만해.
자, 그리고 킹겐의 점화 돌아왔거든요. 점화 걸고 또 너 전멸 없잖아. 그다음에 한방
탑 잡았다. 아유 죽었고. 얘 라인 푸시하려나? 푸시할 것 같은데 그냥 걸리면 노플이야 노플. 오케이. 야 탑이다. 나 살짝 흔들어 볼게. 잡았다. 끝. 노플. 와 큐도 많네. 이번에 탑 싸움 나면 그냥 다이브 깎아줄 볼게. 얘 필.
라인 밀 수 있냐? 얘
밀 수 있어. 노플이야 노플. 노플에 점화도 없고 궁도 없어. 야 이거 음파만 맞추면 들어가. 탑인가? 뭐지 얘?
얘 지금 여기 아니면 유충 가서. 나 가는 중.
깔 수 있냐? 괜찮? 형만 안 죽으면 돼.
나 갔다.
나 빼긴 할게 일단. 음파 못 맞췄네. 나 죽었지 이러면? 우리가 전령삼 지금 좀 전성이 같은데 어때?
야 이거 짜우 아래쪽인데 알리스타 깊게 나오면 보자.
우리가 바로 치던가 전령 나오는데.
얘 쳤다.
봐줄게. 텔 보고 있어 나도.
보인다.
난 마테일 찍을 생각해.
이거 멀어서 여기 나오면 볼게.
먹고 하자. 먹고 해도 안 되죠. 먹고 해도 안 되죠.
밀자.
타다. 이거 싸움 게임만.
알리 서킷 빠졌다.
짜워볼게.
저.
이거 조금 쓸리긴 한다.
너 타.
음파 맞췄는데.
날라가자. 일찍 와.
우리는
사이언
뺄게.
볼게. 뺄게. 바텀 갈게 이대로. 사이언이 바텀 간다.
아지를 보일 때
아지를
좀
탑이고.
깊게 나와보자.
세게 들어갈게.
디테일한테 무조건 있어.
디테일 어차피 아지르야.
밑에 보는 거다. 나 이거 우리 이마 좀 볼게. 야 볼게. 우리.
잘 탔다.
나 펼칠게 이거. 펼칠게. 천천히 봐봐.
괜찮아. 알람이도 천천히 쳐봐. 알람 천천히 쳐봐.
디테일. 야 천천히. 야 이제.
리신 도구야, 리신 도구.
야 일로 와볼래?
맞아. 일로.
내가 이겼어. 못 봤다. 그래.
한타 하면 그냥 기분 좋을 때 우리가.
그냥 맞대면 무조건 이겨. 피하지 마. 이란이 살짝 세게
이라인
들어가.
살짝 세게 들어가 보자.
이런 거 탑이차 하려고 하면 나각
보고 싶긴 해. 탑이차에서.
각 나쁘지 않은데?
이즈 너플.
야 이제 보자. 형 선대?
나 리신
쏜다.
선. 천천히 봐.
커브만 살짝 해줘.
미리 잡았고.
좋다.
나 우리 하나.
야 그웬.
그웬 봐 얘들아. 그웬 세다.
가자.
얘들아 그웬 봐줘.
나 버려라 이러면.
하비치까지 가보자.
천천히 잡고 바로 나빠.
아탁할게.
어떻게 됐지 방금?
얘네 그냥 박았는데
서버가 좀
더
애매했다
나와야
우리가.
야
여기
우리가
어디
대치
있다.
더 좋지 않냐?
다음 라인 한번 밀고 나가자 이거. 밀어야 돼 이거.
일단 살짝 나가도 돼.
야 이쪽 한번 볼게. 천천히
야
쪼여보자.
이거 짜오 치면서 올게. 짜오 치면서 올게. 짜오 치면서 올게. 짜오 녹음. 짜오 밀렸어.
나 이거 구엔더 농구야.
그래 오케이.
그웬 녹음이면 우리 좋은데?
딜러하기 싫다.
상황 보고 싶다.
야 보자.
암렌차.
한대 뺄게.
사이어 높여. 천천히.
너무 빨리지 마.
너무 빨리지 마. 알리 높여.
아지로 공 조심. 봐도 돼. 야 우리.
혼자 있어? 맞아.
나 이제
그웬부터.
괜찮아.
그웬부터. 나 봐줘.
노클.
카이사 어쩔래? 카이사 해서. 카이사 잡아.
살아야 돼.
일단 살아볼게. 못 살았다.
끝나나?
끝날 것 같다. 근데 이거 2차 있어서 안 끝날 만도 해.
그러니까.
근데 안 끝날 것 같긴 해 나.
나 안 끝날 것 같아.
바로 가자. 우리 레드 쪽 돌아 있을 만하고.
야 이러고 우리 치자. 이러고 치자.
우리가 계속 이렇게 압박 주면 좋을 듯. 안 죽는 선에서.
기다려줄게 그래서.
얘네가 친다. 얘네가 쳐야 돼.
네, 집 끊으면서 백도도 살짝 생각하자.
그냥 싸움 해.
자, 공 줘봐. 주현아. 뭐야, 저. 카이사 잡았어.
야 터졌다. 나 안 좋아. 뺀 쪽으로 맞아.
좋다.
쏘리.
와, 나이스.
이걸 당구를 하네. 나갈것 같았는데.
나이스. 야하, 마지막에 당구 성공. 우리도 플레이오프로 간다. 디엔 스포츠가 농심을 꺾고 플레이오프로 올라갑니다.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space here at Chichik Law Park. And after some, sneaky draft picks here, back and forth in this one, we want to see how it played out. It went the way of Gen G after a couple of big fights. Degon here alongside Wolf and Umpty. It is 2-1 Gen G over D plus Kia.
My big takeaway on the draft is that it's not a bad draft here for D+, but it's very risky, right? And when you look at how this draft eventuated with the Ashe Seraphine super early, it's Gen G, right? Like, Canyon is able to find the angle and ruins your bottom lane plan, and then they have to keep trying to bail that bottom lane out for the rest of the game, so that's a big problem. I like the idea of the Malzahar in theory, but it relies on so many other things going right for this to work that it was creative, but ultimately fell flat on its face.
I think I'm a little bit same idea with you. I think Malta pick is really good for teams, but now Ashe Seraphine is like having a too heavy things. Like they have to win the lane, they have to dribble the Rise Pantheon, and they have to carry the team fight too with Malzahar. So it was like have to carry it by Smash and Curve.
And it seemed like that was on the mind of both Smash and Career because they were so focused on the 2v2. The very first play that happens is Pantheon just sneaks behind, gets the gank off, and Smash dies. Your win condition is gone. But that's not the end of the game because in Highlight 1, it's D plus Kia able to continue to matador Gen G around and turn it around for an early comeback kill.
So DK actually thought that this is the Malja's timing to go, and then actually just Gen G thought that we can kill the Seraphine as a one shot, but they failed. And then they just like slowly chase, which is Ashe, even though Seraphine wants to play like that. And then with the Malja's tempo, they actually killed here, and they got a kill, and they pushed the Kalista.
And it was a little bit risky the way they played this, but they were able to get the kill in this long-term play. The problem is that while all of this is going, again, they're trying to play through bottom lane because it went so disastrously after that Pantheon gank. They really need to get back in control here. Chovy's able to get a ton of money in mid this entire time. So sure, you get the snipe here onto Duro, but Chovy's getting more money. He's getting larger. He's getting more and more money. So like so much was spent to make this play happen. And then Chovy just goes back to base, gets a free back here. He's already kind of ruined Showmaker's CS here. Showmaker just spends so much time. And Zion's having a bit of a tough time on the top side. So Chovy actually gets to, with his home guards, run up here and bail Keen out as well. And so, yes, you got one small win here for D+, but it's kind of one step forward, 2 steps back as Chovy comes over here and sets up the play.
Yeah, I think it was a really good play because Chovy just moved down and base. So I don't think Jax, like which is Shu, could think about that Rise is coming.
And those are the types of plays that you expect from the top teams. A lot of the time, analysts, co-streamers, whoever, are always saying, what else can we get? If they're doing something there, what else can we get? They're like, oh, he got the plate in mid lane, and that's it. But Chovy's thinking one step further ahead, able to take the top lane into his own hands. And that's not the only thing he did. He was all over the map. We got a whole montage, a whole reel of him just kind of popping off and taking control of this game.
So I think that was the start of the Rise is having a very free time, and then Malja is having a tough time. This one, Canyon was waiting at there, and then Rise TP's here. Malja didn't see the Rise TP yet, and then he just came back and then get a hard trade, and then he's like forced to the damage trade, and then they just dive it too.
Yeah, I mean, plays like this, you know, if you're behind as the Malzahar, you're like, oh god, I just TP'd to make this play, to get back to the lane, and now I'm already out. I don't have TP anymore. Chovy, when he has constant prio in this game, into a Malzahar, by the way, because he is Rise, he's got his own great wave where he's so far ahead, he can just impact any part of the map that doesn't have a jungler, right? He's like, okay, get my Zahin further ahead, might as well just come up here and once again, look for a play onto Shiu. And he's just constantly able to impact the map. But this is something that Chovy was criticized for so often, even on Rise in the past. Just stay in lane, stay in the side lane, just farm it out, don't impact the other lanes. In this game, he is Mr. Global, Mr. International. He's everywhere all the time. And he gets so fed that not only is he doing tons of damage, but he's just so difficult to kill as well.
Yeah, so I think this was very fancy as a killing the Jax with the OT2. But like, how can CU play the game now? Like, he's playing the sensitive matchup at the top, and he has to carry 2, and then, like, this Rise is coming top and top.
Yeah, again, I just love the fact that everyone kind of tunneled in on that bot lane matchup. The Ashe Seraphine, very strong on its own right. Then picking the Kalista Renata into it, but it's just Chovy in the mid lane, the one that was the main story of game number 3. It is 2-1 here in this best-of-5 upper bracket matchup. Let's see how game 4 shakes out on the call. We send it back on over to Valdez Knox.
Thank you very much, guys. As we're getting ready for game number 4, some Silver Scrapes hopeful members as DK is going to pick second pick. So they get their second pick, but they do not pick blue side. So they Gen G selected second pick in game 2 when DK picked blue side.
Wait, is
so
this
that's
the
probably
first,
why.
Is this the first time D+ have not been on blue side? I'd assume so.
Based on the wacky nature of this setup, I would assume so as well.
I'd assume because they've always picked blue side, or the other team, like the other team's taken first pick, they've taken blue side, or they've had choice and they've picked blue side. Crazy. Clearly they were preferring second pick and have now decided to prioritize it. 2 in a row. D+ need here, and we'll see what they can do. A lot of picks gone now with Fearless. A lot of power picks have slipped through and now been taken out of the equation. And the ban starting off, we're just seeing some of those remaining power picks be taken away with the Nico and the Varus. Orianna still on the cards. Ambessa has been banned throughout by Gen G. Respect nod towards Shiru, but they're getting rid of the LeBlanc from Showmaker. Orianna is still open and available. And that will be banned by D+.
They have not let him have it a single time. Jovi will not be allowed to play Orianna. So, you know, the Sinivia ban we've been seeing is going to fall away because Ryze is gone. Aurora was another one of the bans we saw in the last game. So Aurora and Bessa still being held up.
Galio is still open and available, which is a pretty big one for Chovy. But hasn't been played by Showmaker. Yone as well is an option. So I wonder if that... So I think Aurora probably the ban here for D+. Is the one that makes the most sense based on what they've been banning so far. Go on the Gnar instead. So maybe leaning towards the Renekton. There is still the Kennen available, which you've also seen with the Renekton. Yeah, Aurora open, Galio open. Some of those picks are the higher prior mid laners that are left open still to this point. But it's just going to be that Aurora first pick. A flex for Gen G, definitely something that Keen is confident on.
Yeah. And now what do you pick in the top lane? Because even if you're playing a tank, Keen's just going to try to farm off of you, as he does. And he doesn't even necessarily have to play Aurora. Could definitely go mid, so focus on Ashiyu. Looks like he's just going to be playing Sion, as you do.
And instantly locked in the 80 carry for Smash here with this Aphelios, so securing that one early on. I wonder if we get the answer from Ruler here. There's still a lot of picks that you could play into Aphelios comfortably. You know, Ziggs is there, Jinx is there. Looking at the Nocturne, the Nocturne Aurora is a fearsome combo.
I can pick Nico as well.
Nico banned.
Oh, Nico's banned.
Yeah.
Oh.
But
it's like the first ban of the game.
when you already have the Sion Aphelios, you're already kind of committed to like this front-to-back hyper carry sort of composition. And Gen G sort of lent into this dive focus. We're going to eliminate your 80 carries, it's going to be hard to play. Kai'Sa's an option, if we're being honest. Lane might be a bit trickier though, so not sure they're going to commit to that right now. They go for the Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai and Sion, something we've seen many times. And honestly, Rek'Sai in these later fights has been more and more for Menace. Hard really to deal with. Hard to cut through that health bar, a lot of disruption. This is a lot of backline threat already for Gen G. And immediately for D+, I'm thinking, okay, we need an extra carry. Thresh is going to be what they pick here and now, which I think makes a lot of sense, that peel for the Aphelios, but you need Showmaker on something that poses a threat additionally, because you can't have all your eggs in the Smash basket. There's too many threats that are going to cause problems for him. So we'll see what they end up bringing out there.
Yeah. Also, you have to pick something that can carry, but also that can lane into Aurora, which out of the pool that we have, it's not that many things, at least that are meta. So very curious to see what he eventually does go for. But just try to play like an AP Galio if he does want to try to bring that one in, but also that's playing melee early on into the Aurora can be rough. Gonna ban away the Nautilus.
Not really a suitable threat as well. Yeah, Nautilus, we see Nautilus picked a lot into Thresh. A lot of supports favoring that matchup. And now for Genji, the jungle pool's kind of been thinned out pretty heavily. Lee Sin, a favorite off Lucid, and actually undefeated so far in the LCK Cup. So they will take that one away. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of AD carry potential options. They're going to take away the Sivir, which I think you're probably fine playing the Aphelios into, but it does sync up with the comp well. Are you going to ban on the jungler here? Is any mid you're particularly worried about in this situation? Sorry, mid's already taken. Not taken actually for D+. Yeah. Zoe going to be taken away. I mean, Showmaker's really good in it. I'm not sure how much it fits really with the comp.
I think so. If you're out of position against Aurora Nocturne, you just die. So
yeah,
I don't think he was gonna play Zoe.
I think what Showmaker would play here. Syndra's an option, but it's a bit immobile.
He looks pretty stumped as well.
Yeah, maybe you pick jungle here and just leave it till you see everything.
Yeah.
They're going for a Trundle. Does have some decent dueling power.
Aatrox.
Honestly, if they're diving into you, the Aatrox does pretty well. But not inspiring huge amounts of joy is D+.
There are a lot of options here. Caitlyn, Jinx, MF. You go like MF Rel, you know. You already have a lot of damage in the comp with the Nocturne and the Aurora. You got sick Wombo combo.
We did see that played Alien tournament. I feel like Rel into Thresh is a bit, there is that peel potential.
Yeah.
But you do have a lot of engage already. Like, you can't peel everything.
Or just play Blitzcrank.
Bit of a Duro special here. Blitzcrank into Thresh, also a decent matchup.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of the MF in general. I have nothing to add to that. I'm just not a huge fan.
I think all of us just don't really like MF.
Yeah.
Although Ruler's MF, I'm sure, will be pretty good. I think just play Blitz. I think Blitz is good. He's going to go for the Rel. So just going for the Wombo at the expense of potentially have your engages countered by the Thresh.
The mid lane pick for Showmaker. What can you pick that can survive here? You need damage output. It can't be just about the Aphelios.
Yone? Akali?
TF?
Certainly rely. Anivia? No? Okay. I guess it's Anivia. Anivia going to be locked in here for Showmaker.
I mean,
he has a wall.
Like Anivia, we've seen Anivia in anti-dive situations, right? In terms of like, you have the zone control, you're trying to peel backwards, you have the wall. But if you get flanked and they get on top of you, it can be a little awkward, right? We've seen comps where they kind of just bowl you over and you don't get to play the game. If you get caught up in an engage, it's pretty uncomfortable. But you do have the egg, right? You do have good DPS output. We were struggling to think of something to play. I'm not really going to fault him for picking the Anivia here. I don't know. I feel like the first 3 picks from Genji made a lot of sense. I'm not a huge fan of the MF in this situation. MF has not been successful in the LCK Cup, but I think that comp is pretty straightforward. I think the composition for D+, harder to execute, and they've already been struggling with the execution in this series so far. So I'll have to see what they're able to do.
Believing in a D+ Kia win doesn't feel too likely at this point in time, but if they can win game number 4, certainly anything is possible.
Yes, they do need to win game number 4 if they want to win game number 5.
It is a requirement as well.
Yeah,
but it also does inspire some confidence if they can make it happen. But let's see what is going to happen as we hop on the Rift for game number 4. All right, here we go. Game 4. Genji dominating game 3. Definitely the most dominant of the 3 games we've seen so far. Game 1 started off that way, and then it got really messy and wonky. And then game 2, obviously, D+ Kia did win. So feels like Gen G have big momentum this time around going into game 4. Don't really know how you win this one as an Nivea, but gonna try anyway.
Did not succeed. Not the best start, but you know, you still have that egg in pocket. Not really wanting to use that at 1 minute 20.
It's the tempo egg. You know, it's like an extra health bar. You trade a lot and then you go egg, and you just pop up. I mean, he's actually doing that. Like, this is actually tempo egg. So yeah, you know, has a little bit of an extra health bar, and he's still not really winning the trades.
Okay. Well, you know the saying, you can't make an omelet without using your egg at 1 minute 30.
Yeah. I think that saying does include eggs, so. Yeah.
I'm glad we panned away from mid lane.
Yeah.
I'm feeling a lot better now.
And the cooldown on Egg Nivea, I don't know it off the top of my head, but
it's pretty long.
It's quite long. I would guess like 5
minutes feels right. It's actually 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay, so around.
You know what? We just
4 minutes.
We just bought an extra minute. We actually we were wrong. Shaved an extra minute off the cooldown. Don't you feel much better about it?
No. Also, pretty sure that our mid laners do not have 1 CS. As you may have noticed, the numbers are not moving.
I'm pretty sure our mid laners have at least.
ASAP.
I'm pretty sure our mid laners have at least 1 CS, Brendan.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure they have at least 1.
They don't have only 1 CS. Siu is proxy, as you do. It's against Rek'Sai. You don't really end up caring all too much. But yeah, the thing about the egg cooldown is it's nice for the mid trade, but now he's going to have to flash away.
Oh my god, he actually nearly died. Look at his health. He's so low.
Yeah. And he didn't have egg. So.
Oh, he doesn't have egg? What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. We are going to get a root down here. This is looking good for Smash and Career. That's first blood going to Smash's Aphelios.
Yeah. So
playing Rel into this.
He got counterpicked. He picked Rel, and they picked Thresh. Oh no, actually, it was the other way around.
Yes, he did counterpick himself.
Yeah. Not the most favorable matchup having Rel into Thresh because obviously the Flay disrupts the whole dismounting thing. So Smash and Craig getting a bit of an advantage in the bot lane. That's good to see. You definitely want advantages in your lanes because mid lane's being a little bit. It's just been a weird game so far.
I think Showmaker does have a nice champion pool. The issue is, in this meta, and the way that the picks have turned out in these drafts, he has not been prioritized some of his weird picks, and he's also been put in situations where he can't pick TF, or, you know, he can't pick LeBlanc, or it gets banned away from him. Like, these picks that we know Showmaker for, that he can pull out in the long best-of-5 Fearless series, he just hasn't really been able to play, so...
Yeah, it feels like
gets put on Malzahar and...
targeting him pretty heavily, you know. A lot of times Chovy's getting... Like, last game he got Ryze was a first pick, Aurora was a first pick.
We saw this one not too long ago. This time Duro will shield and jump away.
I hate getting counterpicked.
I mean, I know he's backing there. And... there we go. We're looking at top lane for some reason. I don't have the answer to that one, though. Okay, we're back in the bottom lane.
I feel like it's because Rek'Sai matchups always look so intense. It looks like something's happening. It's not.
Yeah.
But it looks like something's happening.
She's going to have a big damage number in this game as the Scion. Showmaker, he is just going to die. And guess what? He doesn't have his egg because he used it.
When did he use it?
And he didn't have his flash, and he was too close to the Aurora.
Oh.
Okay, Duro gonna step in front of that. Nice little play from him.
Yeah, did tank it, didn't get flayed out.
I've seen a lot of our supports just let their AD carries kind of just eat those things.
Yeah, not ideal.
So it's good to see Duro actually blocking.
Canyon did walk over there and then decided again stopping Lucid from doing this. A lot of bot pressure has kind of forced him away. Okay, Showmaker has his ult. This should help him kind of ward off the pressure. Yeah, this is a neat trick I like to call hitting level 6. I mean, the lane's been played very well by Chovy, but it just feels like this was the easy reward that comes from the build-up from everything he did up to this moment. And now he's 20 CS up, he has the kill.
Shomaker's dead again. There's just no escape for Anivia here. I mean, there's spell
no,
shield.
he has egg, actually.
Doesn't matter. He's just dead anyway. So the Anivia here not really enjoying his time. Showmaker, you can see he's not very happy about
I
that.
wonder what the record is for eggs per minute. We're at
probably
2.
gonna get there.
We're at 2 already. We're 6 minutes in. Yeah, not going well. Not going too well so far.
You know, I feel like Game 2 gave us a lot of hope, and then Game 3 immediately crushed it, and now Game 4 is like, our hopes were already crushed, and now it's just kind of, it's like adding insult to injury.
What are you talking about?
You know? Well, we're engaging. Smash just going to kill Ruler. Ruler doesn't even flash away. He says, yeah, I was just out of position. I just die. Ult comes through. And Duro. Ooh, very close.
I was going to say, Brennan, I'm very hopeful for Gen G after Game 3. But seeing that play, maybe there's some hopes for D+ remaining. Smash and Korea doing well here. Oh, Showmaker.
Okay, well, he's got Lucid nearby.
Chovy has ult.
He's not going to pull the trigger. I think he knows.
Sign ult. I want to see top lane.
Oh.
Things that are allegedly happening.
I don't want to see top lane. Let's see how this bottom lane play happens.
Yeah, he just used his Q. And he just walked at him. Yeah.
He's saying I got both of them. As we know.
It was close. It was close. He could, I think he maybe could have flashed to get an extra auto in towards the end, but would have been. I think it was the restrained thing not to.
Yeah. See, Ruler was not so happy about the situation.
Yeah.
I think it's rough when you're playing MF Rel into a Philios Thresh in general.
Yeah. I think it's rough when you get counterpick. When you pick.
When you just pick the wrong thing, that's got to feel bad. I think Showmaker knows how that feels this series.
I mean, to be fair, I want to credit Korea and Smash for playing this really well, and now they're looking for a dive.
Yeah, you can see the block on the hooks so that the bullet time completes and clears the wave. Now, Lucid's still here. It's a nice amount of damage already on the Ruler, but we got TP coming in, and Lucid just gets away with the Lantern. So even getting the TP out of Chovy. Meanwhile, Keen just hanging out. Flash on in. He's gonna ult.
Oh my god.
That's the end of that. Career is just dead as they stuck around for Chovy to kind of just kill him.
Guys, did not see how fed Chovy is. They really should. They should have just left.
Maybe they thought he left. He has Rocket Belt.
Yes.
He is getting in there.
Chovy seems to very much enjoy this IM, that he did build an Ahri as well. Yeah. So, they got the TP. I thought that was good. You know, they disengaged. I was like, great. You actually pulled Chovy out of mid lane. Showmaker has some time to get a kill, to get some plates. Then they stuck around. So now he gets an extra kill. Not ideal. This play was very funny, though. Showmaker comes in, gets the flash from Keen. And the hilarious thing is Keen's like, oh, I've got an ult to get away. And then Shiwu just walks him, so the ult brings him to Showmaker. Oh, it was so funny. I really want to know what actually... Yeah, they just expected him to leave.
He's invisible. That means they can't see him.
Yeah, very true.
They couldn't possibly know that he was down there.
Okay. Yeah. Chovy has 4 Darksteel stacks. Kind of feels like it's building up to a Medjai's game.
Yeah. This is kind of what Showmaker was doing against like DRX and stuff.
Showmaker has a kill now. He did get that plate gold. Not quite as bad as it was. And Smash has his first item.
Yeah, I mean, the gold is even. Smash and Career kind of smashing the bottom lane, doing very well there.
They also have a dragon.
Yeah. Second dragon here is going to be Mountain Drake, it looks like. And, you know, I think there is a world where DK are able to get that. I'm not so sure, though, because of the mid lane. Like, if they can deal with Chovy, if they can push him away, maybe. But while he's a big threat, it can be difficult, as both of our junglers will just babysit the bottom lane, as you do. And we're just ulting on in for damage. Maybe trying to spark the ability to do this dragon.
Yeah, trying to get some good poke down. There is sustain on Ruler, though, with a Vamp Scepter. It's not a ton, but... Oh.
All right.
Guys, you're in a choke point. You're in a choke point. Be careful.
Yeah, just going to go straight on top of Smash, who takes about a bajillion damage, doesn't have any of his sums, tried to cleanse, but instead just dies. Career able to get in onto the dragon, and still dies to the dragon with the help of Ruler. So, yeah. Got an ult down here on Akeen. Another turret shot, and down he goes.
What is Keen... What did Keen mean by
Hey, he got the crystalline overgrowth.
What did he mean by this?
Worth.
Okay.
And it's Ocean Soul. Chovy has to use his ult just to get away.
Oh. Okay. Showmaker answering back a little bit in the mid lane. Yeah. Keen does a little bit of trolling. Chovy gets bullied out of mid. Guys, you're at a choke point. You're against an MF. This was very obvious what would happen here. Both of your frontliners also left your flashless Aphelios alone.
Yeah.
This was not subtle. That little flip from the Rel over the wall, though.
Yeah.
That was cute.
That was a big one. I thought maybe Ruler was just going to ult the two that were caught by the Magnet Storm, but good patience.
Yeah, this was so greedy.
Worth. He gets gold. The enemy top laner gets gold. He's just being generous. He's spreading the wealth, you know? He's a top lane Rek'Sai. And what else is he gonna do?
Not that.
Yeah, I mean, top lane Rek'Sai generally not 0-2 by 13 minutes. So that's a little bit of a pain point.
I do remember that bin play, though, at Worlds. Where he, like, tunneled under the tower and died.
Yeah.
This is reminiscent of that.
You know, Bin has it's got some good plays. And maybe Keen was taking notes.
Bit of limit testing. Okay, there's a big gold lead for Gen G. Well, not that big. There's a moderate gold lead for Gen G. There's a bigger gold lead for Chovy specifically. But he does seem to be having a bit of trouble now against Showmaker. Showmaker has finally finished his quest and has the speedy boots.
Yeah, they have like little feathers on them. Really fits the Anivia. Even though the feathers are like phoenix colored. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's just skin. There is a skin that is that colored, right?
Yeah. So I think we're just lanterning out of here. Or maybe not. Just gonna dash over the wall.
That works too. Oh, nice little tunnel dodge. We just see him fighting everywhere. Doesn't mean anything though. Just scrapping for the sake of scrapping. That's what we're going for right now.
Yeah.
I just feel like Keen's gonna go for it again. I'm just getting that vibe from him. He really wants the overgrowth. That's his main drive in life, his main motivator.
Yeah. And it's fine as long as he doesn't die for it.
I'm not sure he's really bothered about that.
All right, Chovy. That rocket belt getting so much value in this game.
Yeah.
See more of this on the Aurora. The burst damage they have is
honestly,
kind of insane.
At this point, I'm surprised he didn't build Rocket Belt on Rise. It seems like it's his new thing.
Well, I would say probably not the best item on Rise. Maybe 5th item or 6th.
They stick some mana on it, he'll do it.
All right, that's going to force the flash away from Lucid here.
Honestly, maybe if he didn't have to build QSS, that's what he would have built, a Rocket Belt.
Yeah.
Rise with a dash, think of the power.
Oh, what? He was not there. Duro does not have his flash, so instead, looks like the whole team is trying to come over and support him, but they're not quite able to do so. He finally does go in. That death sentence very close to Ruler.
Yeah, Ruler had Cleanso, so it would have just been that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have gone down, but Duro caught out there. You feel very safe on the Rel. You always have that crash down to get out of sticky situations, but the Thresh able to follow there. Lantern in some support, so a nice pick coming through.
That hook I want to see again. Like, that did not look like it hit him at all. Maybe we'll get a replay. But so much action happening, perhaps we will not.
She was all armor, so you'd think that Chovy does damage to him, but no. Not really.
All right, gonna find Duro once again, but actually it's Duro who does have a TP coming in. Keen gets rooted up. That sentence not quite fast enough. And she was kind of tanking everything. So eventually, he will be pushed away.
Both teams trying to set up for this Herald. I think it's more on Gen G to try and circumvent and get backline access. She is starting to lose health.
Yeah.
Eventually. But Chovy is running out of mana, so it's attrition on both sides.
Yeah. Duro not having a fun time playing in a Thresh and Nivea. It's part of the theoretical value against this. And the Rift Herald is getting pretty low. Just going to throw the Paranoia up. Canyon misses the eye at first, but now he does get it. Immediately goes on to the Scion and has a spell shield. As now we're looking for Smash in the backline. The damage, though, not quite there right away. So Smash is able to flash out. As now Keen tanking up quite a bit is just going to flash himself. And no full committal from either side, really, as we do have the Rift Herald this time. Going to force Lucid out, and she just takes the Lantern. And now we have the ult here. Very strange fight. They're eventually going to get Duro. As meanwhile, it looks like Showmaker had his flash forced by Chovy.
It's crazy only one person died in that fight. Very chaotic, very split. A lot of flashes in, flashes out. That really resulted in very little coming through from it. He wanted this whole game! He was willing to die for this tower. He got it in the end.
Sure.
That's what he was going for. He didn't even have to die for it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well. I don't think Shu has his ult. Although he's playing like he does.
Okay. Anyway. Once again, Chovy does have a big farm lead over Showmaker. But the gold only a little bit ahead. It's Dragon up now. It is an Ocean Soul. I think there's a decent amount of Ocean Soul value on some of these members. You know, like Shiu and Keen. But again, another highest value soul. It is the lame soul, we always say. So, but both teams are setting up for it, trying to get a bit of position. I think finding angles where they can circumvent just running straight at them is important for Gen G. Finding the flanks. Getting backline access. Do you see Showmaker moving up the river?
You can see Duro's trying to posture and like trying to get vision down. He wants to threaten engages, but there's just so many angles at which he's stopped and forced away. So the presence of the Rel isn't totally felt in a lot of these moments.
It's difficult. You're not a Nocturne who can just fly in, right, from miles away. Or even the Rek'Sai who can tunnel in from so many different angles. Bit harder as the Rel, especially without flash. Gen G do have better control of the area right now, so it's kind of on D+ to push in here.
Trying to just find an engage to either side. Death sentences are just not really hitting. That time the stun is going to land, but the crash down out gets him there. The wall is now on cooldown for like a good 15 seconds. Maybe an angle here for Gen G to try to force something. Although they do have position, and yeah, Lucid's got to be careful trading with the Fed Aurora, as now they're going to go for it, and Showmaker just dies. Okay, well, he was split off. He didn't quite have the wall right away. It wouldn't have helped anyway. And yeah, he just kind of dies. So they're going to take the Ocean Drake. Gen G will.
Yep, pretty easy, pretty straightforward. They see Showmaker split off to the side. It's Gen G who has control, who have the advantage in terms of vision, and they kind of just explode him very quickly, even through the egg. So Dragon picked up.
We're kind of fighting here on the left. You can see that Keen is once again overplaying his hands here on the tank Rek'Sai. Or is he?
Yes, he is.
He definitely is, and he will be punished for it. I was worried that he wouldn't be punished for it somehow. All right. Trading mid-tier ones.
I feel like he gets the vibe. It's like, you know, Rek'Sai top is basically immortal.
Yeah.
Emphasis on basically. He's really putting that to the test. And just dying. This was a good play though, right? Showmaker steps up, he just dashes in, and he's dead. That's simple.
It's a good play from Genji.
Yes, indeed. The next bit, guys, it's a Sion. What is the game plan here? And also, between Sion and Aatrox, look how many times... Okay, he goes to tunnel here in a second, interrupted. Okay, he had a Q wound up. I'm not sure what your game plan. Then he's like, oh, I'm going to tunnel away, interrupted. They have so many knockups.
Yeah.
But also, like, what was your... Look at the Sion's health. You're a Rek'Sai and a Rel. What was the game plan?
Uh-oh.
Like, genuinely, the Sion is more likely to die of old age than you to kill it.
It's so true, actually. Chovy might have been baited here. He's just going to flash in instead. Now he's going to rocket belt.
Yeah.
Okay. Dashes, gets... Okay, they saw him.
Yeah, good Chovy.
Yeah.
Guy cut away.
This game is so silly. Like, if this were cleaner, I think Genji just has like a 5,000 gold lead and they just kind of do whatever they want. Instead...
They're down in kills.
Yeah. All right, well, surely he gets him here.
What are they doing?
Surely they get Canyon here. No, not meant to be. I don't think Canyon really ever had an ability to get him, especially with Lucid there.
Yeah, I was thinking of what to say after this, but it's kind of difficult. Genji are just making some decisions. It's been a long time since we've last seen Genji play, and the last time I saw Genji play, they were very intimidating.
Yeah.
They've been a little bit out of sorts. It seems like there's some rust they're trying to shake off at the moment. Some interesting moments here. Chovy goes for the sneaky play. He's like, I'm going to one-shot Showmaker, and misses most of the combo. And it's like, okay, round 2. And then he gets stunned and walled. He didn't have to do this. And then he's like, it's time to flash in. Again, he didn't have
He had Canyon down there too. He could have just flashed over the wall to get away.
He could have just not done this.
I mean,
when he missed the initial combo, he could have just... There's a simple solution. He could have just walked away.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going.
They really dislike Showmaker in this one, and this time he looks like a much easier target.
Yeah, this is pretty straightforward, okay? That's a play you can feel happy about. They're still ahead. They're still in a good spot. It's just been a little bit, you know.
Yeah. You know, I was reading some of the interviews they did, you know, at the end of their last match, which was a couple of weeks ago, and Riller was saying how he really enjoyed the fact that they had a lot of time off to rest and solve some issues that they may have, but, you know, I don't feel like the time off has really helped them when you look at something like this. So now they've got even more knockups and more lockdowns. Keen is going to hit the 3-man knockup and just eventually die here as they give the kill over to Lucid. Lucid now 3-0.
I'm not sure if there's like 3 champions more annoying for Rek'Sai to be like bounce house by.
Yeah.
I mean, not specifically bounce house, but like Aatrox, Sion, and Thresh. It's just like, you ain't getting away, buddy. Yeah, they wanted him. They wanted him dead, and he went down. 0-4-2 for Keen on the Rek'Sai. Not his best performance. And the front line 4D+ doing pretty good so far. It's really just Showmaker having some struggles on this Anivia, and we really were trying to think, what does he pick here? Settled on the Anivia. It has been a bit difficult, but he has hit his Rod of Ages is fully stacked, which means he's level with Chovy in levels. And he's still down in gold, but mostly just for D+, it's trying to see how they can stabilize when it comes to the 5v5s, keep their backline safe. And speaking of 5v5s, Dragon is up and available. Last time we saw Showmaker got engaged on and popped, I'm going to mention he's the only one on that team without flash. So if I'm Genji...
Do you think he has egg now?
He does have egg now. I can see little wings.
Oh, there you go.
So if I'm Genji, I'm probably going to try and kill Showmaker. So let's see what they do.
Well, he's got egg. So maybe they can break that egg, as we do have the Scuttler taken by DK, actually. So, bit of extra vision.
Yep, Lucid smited it, but does have his smite back up in a little bit.
Yep. This is just going to get right into the pit. And with the wall down here, they're just saying, okay, we can flip it, that's fine. Does go over to Lucid, so they just say, all right, that's totally okay. Xiu trying to get out of here as the Scion, and he will. Even against all 5 of them. So now they're just kind of running on in. They didn't have a lot of vision, and now Duro's just going to go down. And they have a Scion behind them, so they kind of have to just go forward or through the Scion. A giant wall going to keep them all around. Double kill for Showmaker. And Canyon just flashing on out. Lucid gets over the wall. Smash picks up a kill, and DK have the gold lead.
Gen G just kind of lose their minds in this situation. D+ grab the dragon, the objective is gone, and Gen G feels like they're kind of mad at the scenario. Walk face first into D+ and just get obliterated now. This is an easy Baron pickup. No flashing Canyon, no ult, no way to contest this one.
Yeah, this is really strange play from the side of Gen G. I think that D+ Kia are keeping their heads about them, and Gen G are not. Like,
yeah,
this
Gen
is a
G,
nice steal.
Don't look for the engage. Don't even try it. So instead, they turn onto the Scion. But it's a tanky Scion, flash ult, he gets out. And then Gen G just walk up the river and face check. Duro just gets deleted. Okay, very odd, very strange.
They had a ward in the lane, by the way.
Yeah.
They knew they were in the brush.
They end up in this uncomfortable spot where they're being flanked by the Scion. It's a great wall by Showmaker. Beautiful play. And they just get decimated. And it's just so confusing. They're playing the comp in such a bizarre way. You need to be getting set up and engaging, threatening the backline of this D+ comp. And at no point did they even remotely look to do that.
Yeah.
You're playing a comp who wants to engage and dive. They're kind of just walking towards them. If you do that, then D+ win 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, and so far, looking very strong here. 1,400 gold. Chovy waiting on Bush just to hit Celestial opposition.
And I mean, Chovy's damage, right? He has Rocket Belt, Storm Surge, Shadow Flame. He does no damage to Shiwu, barely any damage to Lucid. He just doesn't cut through, right? Doesn't have Rabadons, doesn't have Void Staff. He's just not super relevant at the moment.
Yeah.
The damage isn't there for this composition.
Well, they're not really dealing with the Rek'Sai. He's just getting free plates and free stuff, and now they're going to pull the trigger as Showmaker leaves the fight, but not really able to stay around. They're going to stop the push, though. It's now Xiu, basically unkillable, especially without Chovy there and without the items. So a bit of damage to that bottom lane turret from the side of Gen G at least. I think just trying to slow down and, you know, regain composure should be the name of the game. Like, this would be an awesome time to use Coach Voice if it existed, if, you know, if Gen G even wanted to use that, as I don't believe they did in the past.
I don't know how much they have the window to slow down, though, against this T+ composition.
Yeah.
The game goes on, it's not going to necessarily get better. You definitely have angles in the later team fights, right, if you do get on the back line. But, you know, you had such a lead in the mid lane. Now Showmaker's really got his items online, right? He has the Seeker's Arm Guard, he's getting towards the Void Staff, he has his core items completed. Smash is getting very strong and is approaching a GA. Meanwhile, you have Ruler, who has... I mean, these are a good... He's going Collector 4th, isn't he?
No.
Maybe Serpent's Fang, to be honest.
Yeah. Just as long as it's not Collector, I think we can all...
But you know,
okay.
the MF is going to struggle to cut through the Scion. Honestly, going to struggle to cut through this Death Stance Aatrox as well, who's pretty fed. Like, if you're not finding the engages, your comp's not going to have legs in the later stages of the game. And Lucid and Xiu are doing good jobs of playing bodyguard in the side angles. I mean, look at Chovy just did no damage to Lucid there.
Yeah, just sieging up. We do have a deep teleport. This is from the Rek'Sai.
This is the angle they need.
They're going to have to close the gap. Not going to be easy against the Anivia, but they do have, that wall, pretty nice, but not going to totally block them off. They're going straight for Smash, as a ton of damage does go in, but they do not take him down. Finally, there's the burst coming out from Chovy, but they have a problem in their backline. The MF can't do anything, but Showmaker taking up so much as well, and he's got Keen right on top of him. Meanwhile, Canyon will just take down the support, and this is looking eventually good for the side of Gen G. Although Showmaker is going to try to flash to get away, but Chovy will just
the egg, the teleport!
Oh, the teleport egg! Unbelievable. And it is still going to be a good fight for the side of Gen G. They will look for this dragon.
This is the fight that the Gen G need. The backline access, getting on top of Smash. They do what that comp needs to do. Took them a while. They will get that third dragon. Showmaker able to slip out.
Yeah, TP from Duro, so.
But you can see how even in this fight, they kind of just can't deal with the Scion. So the angle was great. They end up coming in here. They dive onto Smash here. Knockup comes in with a flash. Even with the Lantern coming through, the execute from the Rek'Sai and the damage from the Aurora.
He predicted that flash, by the way, Chovy.
But then look at Ruler. He's trying to run in to help, but he's just getting sat on by the Scion. And then Showmaker's just trying to disengage from the situation. And then ends up going for the TP channel.
Aurora 높아.
Aurora, no flash, is what he said.
Yeah. Well played. He's going collector, by the way, Ruler, if you're wondering. Full-time collector. Of course he is. I mean, I'm not sure Serpent's fine would really be... I mean, Scion gets big shields, right?
Yeah. You got a Thresh.
I think it's hard, though, on MF what item you really go fourth. The collector definitely doesn't feel good into all this bolt.
Yeah, just another one for the list, you know? It's a lot of guys that are building this collector. And generally they don't have much success with it, as that's going to be Lucid in a bit of trouble. Has to flash away. This is right before the Baron spawns.
He's chunked, very chunked at this point.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wonky game, but like, you know, make a couple of mistakes, and yes, Gen G aren't playing their best lead, but
I want to know,
it will punish you.
No flashes on the carries for D+. Duro, Canyon, both have flashes, importantly. So Showmaker Smash, pretty vulnerable. Oh, Lucid?
Oh, Lucid doesn't have his flash, and yeah, he's just dead. Chovy gonna take him down, and it feels like Chovy, one of the only guys who's kind of keeping it together, except that one play on the Showmaker in bot lane, but we don't talk about that.
Finishes Rabadons. I was talking about how his damage just wasn't really feeling like it was there. The Rabadon spike making a big difference here. And now, D+, do you try and contest without a jungler? The answer is
no.
Yes.
Well, I think it should be no. They're not fully committing. Like, they're just kind of poking their heads in. The issue would have been if they did overcommit and get caught out. But instead, just gonna let it go. So Baron does go over to Gen G.
This is Chovy finding a great angle here. Yeah, I mean, just bursts him so quickly. And Canyon flying in for the pickup, for the cleanup. Long death timers as well at this point of the game. Now with Baron in pocket, finally starting to see a bigger goal lead. Hugh is basically immortal at this point. I think they just kind of have to ignore him and kill everyone else. That's kind of what that comp should do anyway.
Yeah. Access a backline, kill the Anivia Aphelios, deal with him later.
That is a problem for future Gen G, after they've killed the rest of the team.
Yeah. So now you see this rotation trying to come up towards the top lane. Gen G are ahead with Baron. They don't have a giant lead. And for DK, really, it's just, you know, try to keep your carry safe as much as you possibly can. GA's finished tier 4 Smash. And, you know, if they dive and they fail to kill him, he could certainly do quite a number.
A lot of structures being picked up here by Gen G. Generally hard to push into an Anivia with the wave clear, with the wall as well in the base. So they've taken out all the structures outside of the base, but I think this is where it gets tricky. Ocean Dragon in a minute. But Ocean Soul not exactly a game breaker.
Yeah. Feel pretty good for the Rek'Sai, the Nocturne even. But yeah, just want to pick that up. Make sure you get those extra stats before you do go into a big fight. I do wonder if DK are going to challenge there or if they'll try somewhere else. I mean, they have their summoners back. Like,
yeah,
they have their flashes just now.
I think they should, honestly. If they see an angle for it. If they can't, just give it up. I think that's the thing. You should be willing to give it up. It's not like a Hextech Soul or something.
Yeah.
I think you should be willing to forego it if needed. But I think, to be honest, actually look on the vision on the map. They're too far away. I think in hindsight, just let it go.
Yeah.
I think they've been choked out of the map a bit too much.
Shiu actually not the healthiest Scion.
I think the problem is now that they're choked in that base and they have to push out so deep to get vision, so I think they're just not going to get anywhere near.
Yeah. Looks like maybe the fight will be over the next Baron.
I think it's Elder. For, like, Elder flip and win game. The thing is, because obviously Baron is like the next objective that's up, but I think Baron's still so hard to start freely.
Yeah.
So it might just be a stall till Elder game. It's Ocean Soul, it's not at the end of the world. It's not a big deal. It does mean infinite mana for Chovy now. He just got a blue buff though, so, you know, get that anyway.
Yeah. He's feeling pretty good about his state in the game. 7-1.
Actually, that was a lot of damage to
Yeah.
Shiu. I did not expect that.
No, he does a lot. I mean, we saw that Shiu was almost half health before. Once again, just gets poked down. So he can't even like sit there and clear waves into Chovy. And so they've just sat Chovy down in the bottom lane. And that's where the most weak turret is. You remember Rek'Sai was pushing the bottom lane before.
Yeah.
He was able to take out 3 of the plates there. Doesn't look like DK are willing to really do anything until one of these objectives does spawn. Definitely the right call.
Is slowing down a good amount. We're at level 18. Everyone max level on Genji apart from Duro. D+ still need a couple of levels on Lucid. Smash needs a level. Korea actually out-leveling Duro. Substantially.
Yeah.
Like a level and a bit up. Okay. I see you, Korea.
He's also Vandal Piper.
Of course. I think Duro's probably going to go for the, what's the item called? The belt item?
The Healy, the big Healy boom boom heal belt.
It's
I
called
think that's the name.
Protoplasm Harness.
No, that's not the name.
You really thought it was called Big Boom Boom Healy Belt?
Yes.
Oh.
I mean, that's a better name.
I thought you were
is
being
it not?
sarcastic. Big Boom Boom Healy Belt. Maybe if you search that in the shop, it'll come up.
I think if you search for belt, it probably would.
Giant's Belt will probably come up.
I think it should show all the belts, though, you know?
Yeah?
Not just the item that has belt in the name.
What's up? I guess it is a belt. It just say it's a harness, though.
What is a belt if not a harness?
I mean, I guess sometimes it's like the upper body harnesses, right?
Yeah.
Chovy does not have a Void Staff, so he was already doing a ton of damage to Shiwu.
Hey, just now hit full build here, 40 minutes in.
It's because he's not an 80 carry, he gets infinite gold. To be fair, the 80 carries aren't even full build, but they're like, they have to build more items.
They need an extra item.
And obviously they keep the Doran's Blade in the inventory. No stop control wards. That's for the supports.
Of course,
to
yeah.
buy. Junglers and stuff.
So yeah, DK, they will push up and at least contest the Baron.
Oh, this is scary.
You got to be so careful about how you play this, though.
Oh my god, Lucid lost half his health. Whoa. Oh, where did it go? Oh, Lord.
He's still burning. And now they're just going to press the buttons out of them to engage. Find Smash in the front line, and down he goes. Well, actually, that was career. But they also did get Smash. As I'm losing my mind, Smash, though, does res, and he is kiting it out there, but eventually, finally does go down. The Aatrox kind of going insane, but Chovy now does come over. And yeah, it looks like the Scion eventually will finally go down. Surely, okay, he's actually gonna flash the wall.
His name's Shivu, not Shirley.
Okay, well, he's still going to die eventually. I think they're just going to ignore him. No, they just say, you know what?
The
no,
Baron
you're
is
actually
easier to
unkillable.
kill. The Baron is easier to kill. They'll move on to that instead.
It's true.
The game could have been over, but she was just immortal. D plus kind of gets smashed into the ground, but their front line is too tanky. I keep calling them D plush, and I don't know why. It's really annoying me.
Because it's Smash, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, big engage onto the AD carry. He goes insane in his GA. They kind of just, they get the wombo combo they were looking for. Ruler kind of ends up in melee range of the Scion though, as Smash does disengage to kill him. I love how the AD carries end up like right next to each other, mano a mano, and Lucid does so much work here, and then just says, I'm out, buddy. You got this. And honestly, she almost does have it. They really just go, he is too tanky.
Yeah.
And now, okay, Baron is a bit of a problem because it means they're going to be forced into their base. It means they're going to be pressured in. But if they can just hold out, sneak over to Elder, steal the Elder.
Just sneak on over, yeah.
Just one more good fight. That's all you need, D+, if you want to keep your hopes alive. Just don't get wombo combo one shot like you did last fight. That's all you need to do.
Just don't do what you did last time.
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
We have no flash on. Shiu Lucid, Showmaker Smash. At least Career's got his. But big flash deficits here for D+ Kia.
Yeah.
Elder up here in 20 seconds.
Yeah. Well, you work with what you got. Keen is also pushing the top lane.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take down the turret. It looks like nobody's actually here.
Showmaker's heading on over.
I mean, Showmaker has TP, but I do wonder if he's like...
I kind of want the Anivia there before the fight starts.
Yeah.
He was having a terrible time.
He can't even really, like, step up to the Rex side. He's scared of
this is tough.
Shiu's in the lane against Chovy. That's not where he wants to be.
Ruler can actually just solo the Elder Dragon and take 0 damage.
This is, yeah, like... this is not where you want to be. Okay, so they might just try to send it. I don't know. They don't really have a good spot here. Showmaker is going to TP in.
Guys, the base. Oh, Ruler?
Okay, well, Paranoia is utilized. They're going to go in on to Lucid. And he does get peeled for, so... A lot of stuff does get used, though, as Showmaker trying to assist into Chovy, and he's not able to. He is not allowed to at all. Smash, though, does have position. He's got a Lantern as well. Lantern now used. You see that Gen G, they get Showmaker, but they know where the real carry is in this game, and it's Chovy. And, yeah, everybody's just trying to step up and provide a front line for Smash, but eventually he doesn't have a front line, and Duro just walks through them, and they take him down. So, just like that, the game ends, and it looks like this time Shiu will finally, right? Okay, there he goes. Died to the 5 of them, as it is a clean ace for Gen G, and they'll look to push bot and end the game.
It was a clean ace. It wasn't the cleanest game, and I think Gen G not having the cleanest series, even dropping a game to D+, breaking the undefeated game streak. But this was a Chovy masterclass, and he wasn't messing around. Just deleting people. Where did Showmaker go? In fact, he killed Showmaker so quickly, he gets to respawn. He has egg again. I don't think he wants to be alive. Oh, man.
No, he's...
Wait, Canyon.
Worth. All right, that's going to be the end of this one. Gen G takes it down 3-1. Bit of a weird and wonky game number 4, but a win's a win. A 3-1 is a 3-1. Gen G will walk their way on to the next stage of the upper bracket, whereas D+ Kia will have to fight once again down in the bottom side.
Yeah, and I think ultimately for the side of D+, things to work on. They managed to get a game of Gen G. No other team has been able to do that so far. A big improvement from last time they faced, but a lot of issues to work on, a lot of things to go away and look at. Gen G, after their pretty long break, some rust to shake off, but still a formidable team, still the team to beat. And Chovy, still Chovy. In fact,
I wonder who you voted for.
maybe a bit more
BOM.
Chovy. Maybe a bit more Chovy than we've seen in the LCK Cup so far. There was a lot of Chovy today.
Yeah.
A lot of Chovying. Extreme Chovying, I think we saw today. And you know what? Easiest POM of my life.
Duro, right? No, not this time. Justice for Supports is put on hold.
Yeah, it's a brief hiatus for the Justice for Supports. Maybe back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Smash, I think, had some great performances in this series. And you know what, there's still a lot of young players on this D+ roster, so I'm never too concerned when some goofiness happens for them. Still learning, still improving. They're against a formidable opponent. And yeah, they had a tough time, but I'm sure they'll have some big takeaways from this. Gen Z, on the other hand, there were some goofy moments. Let's be real, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Let's put it straight, there were some goofy moments. Some unserious moments, but also some moments where they just
Close
lock
your
in
eyes
and show that level of Gen G that we know. Yeah, this was one of those
goofy moments.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to D+, they also responded well. Because bear in mind, no other team were able to make Gen G look goofy so far this year.
Yeah.
So credit to D+ for even allowing that to happen. And I know we're just going to get the moment in a second when Chovy just obliterates Showmaker.
Kind of felt like playing against Aurora in ARAM Mayhem.
Yes.
Where it's like,
Oh, this one, the engage when he's over the wall and like everything connects. This is what I kind of feared from this composition. And this is kind of like textbook, they're making it happen. I'm really curious.
I'm coming back, guys.
I'm really curious how many eggs that actually was that game.
I'm guessing 5.
Yeah. It felt like more than 5.
Here we go, are you ready?
Man, that happens in like the end of a game this late. It just feels so bad.
Yeah.
These get exploded. You're like, oh, well, good luck, guys. Oh, there's another one.
Yeah.
It's 3v5 now.
Maybe they shouldn't have stood there while Aurora existed. And
then everyone just piles on Smash. Oh, well.
What? What? What?
Okay.
What? No, that's got to be like the highest TPM we've ever had. I think we just broke the record.
No, I don't think it's that high in terms.
It's almost 2K.
I'm sure we've had higher DPM. It is really high.
It's like 1800 DPM.
We've definitely had higher than 1800. It is really high, but it's a long game. It is crazy.
I'm curious, actually, as Chovy's going to pick it up. Not a big surprise. Talia was great. Ari was great. Rise got the job done.
I mean, I'd love to know. It's extremely high, but do you think that's actually the highest?
I think so. I mean, it might get a little weird with the stats because this isn't technically the LCK because it's LCK Cup.
I'm sure we might have had a game like... I think it looked because it was so much more than everyone else's.
Yeah.
But I'm sure
I was just thinking specifically about the DPM. Like, I don't know, 1800? I think we've seen like some 1500, 1600, even 1700.
Do you think we've not ever broken 2K?
No, I don't think so. But maybe one day we'll figure out if somebody can get us those stats.
It is pretty crazy, though.
If that is actually possible.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder who the POM's going to be. Oh, we saw it was Chovy. Wow, what a surprise. Yeah, we didn't get to do that like false surprise thing. Missed out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's okay. We do that pretty often.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. I am curious about the votes. You think that TZZ and Soup went for Chovy here? Probably, right?
Yes. I think everyone went for Chovy, and I genuinely think at this point we take away votes when people didn't go Chovy this time. I'm not even kidding.
I wish.
No, I think this time it's like 2 on the nose.
Yeah, just like we should take votes away from people that didn't vote for Raptor yesterday, right?
No, we should take away people who didn't vote for Kellen.
2 days ago? 2 days ago. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, 2 days ago.
This one was very obvious. This one was very on the nose. This one is like this is the low bar, you know. were you watching?
Yeah, you have to be at least this, in tune with the game. Have watched enough of it to be able to vote for
This
POM.
one wasn't subtle. This one was not. This was pretty obvious.
Yeah. Even before like Wolframty went for jungle or something. Anyway, guys,
I'd love to
like
hear it.
we're ready for the interview, so take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. We have Chovy on the side of Genji. How do you feel about your victory? We won today, but personally, I felt like today's match, I was actually really happy about my performance. And you secured the Hong Kong Roadshow, and you are actually the unanimous POM. How does that feel? We're Hong Kong bound now. And I think we already had that in mind. We were thinking of going to Hong Kong already, and about that POM, I'm pretty proud. You had the right to select between BNK Fearx and D plus Kia. So why D plus Kia? Our head coach said so. So let's talk about the games. And when the enemy picked Yuumi in game 1, did you see it coming at all? No? I think, we haven't seen Yuumi in such a long time that I almost forgot her existence. And bot won so dominantly that it must have been felt so nice for the other lanes. So what was the team discussion? Yeah, and we just saw that, we won bot. But just because bot won, it's not like I was able to really just sit back and play comfortably. So, I still tried just as hard. And in game 3, the opponent gave Rise away and hit their mid champion until the very end, until locking in Malzahar. So did you see this coming? Rise versus Malzahar matchup. Just as well, like I said before, I haven't seen Malzahar in a long time. But Rise has high value and he's such a good champion that I didn't really have a problem. So did you think that Rise was definitely a good pick against Malzahar? Yeah, Rise always feels great. And in the same game, you roamed top to constantly bully the Jax, and your Zahan eventually got huge. So was this a call from Keen? Yeah, I think I was able to see that they were having a bloody fight, and I just ran straight top because it felt like it would be a loss if I didn't take that trade. And in game 4, your Aurora picked the enemy Anivia for a solo kill. You gave your bot an answer when they're in trouble and did absolutely everything. So what was the main point here? I think I had a really good time in the early laning phase, and then just based on that, I think I really thought hard on how I can play well against Anivia and give her a hard time. And because you go for that high damage spike, as long as I don't die, I just had the power to delete any enemy champion. So I think I really tried to focus mainly on myself scaling. And you did just as you said. Did you see the damage graph? 79k damage. We have never seen that before. You absolutely cooked. How happy are you about that? Well, to be honest, one day I want to hit 100k damage. We look forward to that day coming. Hopefully that day comes. On both Ahri and Aurora, you built rocket belt. So what was the idea behind these builds? I think belt as an item, I just personally think that it's just really high value and also cost efficient. It's very easy to utilize. And you will head over to upper round 3 and you'll face the winner of T1 versus BFX. So any predictions? I think my head coach will know.
바통을 넘겨주셨습니다. 알겠습니다. 저희도 한번 기대해 보도록 하겠고요. 결승전에 가게 된다면
Tossing it right over to the head coach. And once you go to the finals, you'll automatically qualify for first stand. So what is your mindset for upper round 3?
많은 게 달려 있긴 한데 좀
You know, a lot are on the line. Personally, today's match, we're just trying to test a lot of things out. And if things go south, we would have just adjusted and adapted. So I think we're just going to stay bold and keep this momentum going. And that's the end of the interview with Chovy, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Ayaya and Subin for the interview with Chovy. He gets the POM, really the only choice. And, you know, the big thing that we take away from that interview, that Umpty takes away from that interview is testing. They were testing.
They are testing.
That's what Keen meant by that.
Testing?
Yeah, there was a lot of testing.
Keen was really testing Rek'Sai's.
I am not included with this. Sorry.
Yeah. We had a segment built being called, What Did He Keen by This? But it just didn't quite work out. We don't need it.
Toby said, no, cancel the segment.
That was a bad pun, so I'm just going to win and be better and win the POM. It is Chovy getting it yet again, as he's done for so long. Let's see what the votes were. It is a perfect 13 out of 13, right? Okay. Yay! Way to go, Soup! Way to go, Chichichik!
Well, I mean, the bottom row is going to be Chovy no matter what, but I wasn't sure if 100% everyone else was going to be on board. I think after that last game, though, you know where the pen goes on the palm votes sheet.
I mean, the last game, Aurora, Rise game, I mean, even Tali game, he was quite pulling perfect today.
Perfect KDA on the Talia, in fact.
Yeah. Perfect KDA Talia. He was damaging everything. Again, Chovy just continues to amaze us. And now it's time for you to be amazed by my analysts' comments. There you go, Wolf.
So amazing. Excellent map reads, excellent farming, excellent team fights. Chovy. 1,795 DPM in the final game.
Excellent.
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 He also got the eggs from Showmaker.
Oh,
Excellent.
that would have been okay. All right. I don't know. Chat, weigh in. Umpty, you're in.
Chovy is still improving. What the... I don't know what to say anymore there.
What the X?
Yeah, you guys can discuss about it.
See, this. We got a little bit of Korean desk Umpty because he was like, are we allowed to do that? Can we just put an X there? I'm like, no, you could just say the letter.
W2X 2 Shens.
It could be WT. That's good. That's good. All right, what do we have from Ox? Let's see what Ox gave us here. Okay.
I actually also considered this for my Pommet, unironically.
He did.
I was probably not going to use the period, though. But
that was a good choice, I think.
Yeah, he has a good one here. I think he kind of summed up everything that happened in that final game and for most of the series.
All right, let's go to the Korean side. Had to sprint to the toilet. Just like Tom comment.
That's like Cloud Templar, classic Cloud Templar, I think.
Also, a shout out to D+.
For half a second, I thought this was kind of like a subtle dig on D+'s toilet pause, but no, I think they actually just get to red.
He just saw the Chovy's play and he wanted to go toilet really fast. As soon as possible.
Yep. I love Cloud Templars, man, especially the ones where it makes us think about it. Prince, you shall not pass Gen G if you don't pass Chovy.
Wait, this one, I think Prince used it already before. It was key. He was using the key.
That's right. I think it was...
This is... I don't know. He's using it again as a theory.
I hope he also does one later for Canyon and for
Ruler and a Duro, yeah. I mean,
and then maybe one for Ryu later as well.
He just keeping everyone honest. Keeping both sides of the broadcast honest. His performance motivates me. I need to work harder too, says Helios.
We need to work harder. I mean, when I was considering the POMs, I was like, Deacon was like, make some funny thing, and I'm like, what should I do? What should I do?
Yeah, maybe I'm gonna go to bed earlier tonight.
Yeah.
Chovy, you know?
Maybe I don't know. Maybe
Maybe I'm gonna clean the kitchen a second time.
There it is. There it is. That's definitely what Helios meant. All right. Kobe's Aurora is like Judy Hopps with a gun. That's a Zootopia reference. Any Zootopia fans?
I didn't watch Single, but I know what movie it is.
Yeah, it's Judy Hopps. She's with Nick. They're the duo.
Yeah. Okay. Wolves of Nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm not on the horse. Sorry.
That's okay. You kept everyone.
It's because Aurora is a bunny.
Yes. That's why.
I get it. But in this one, she was the predator. She was the carnivore.
She was eaten. Let's get to the match result out of these comments because, my God, I cannot take such literary greatness more and more for today's matches, as it was a 3-1 victory for Gen G over D+ Kia. And again, a tall ask for D+ because they literally played a best of 5 games yesterday.
They almost got to 5 today, but they were not able to get across the line in that 4th game. It was a pretty close game. Definitely had some near comeback moments there for D+, but Gen G say they're limit testing. We'll find out if we believe them or not when they likely face off against T1, because that's going to be tomorrow's matchup. A banger to see if T1 will also advance, which is the expected result.
Yeah, I mean, the limit testing with the probably game 2 and game 4, I felt. It was quite strongly, I felt it was testing for sure.
And with this loss, we can now also fill out the bracket on the bottom side as well, because D+ will be the lower seed no matter who is the loser in the other matchup between T1 and BNK Fearax, as it is a 3-1 victory. And this also means that Gen G has solidified their spot to finals weekend over in Hong Kong no matter what. So T1 versus BNK Fearax, that's tomorrow's match, best of 5. Last time these two teams played, it was a 2-1 victory for T1. BNK Fearax able to pull off a game. So early premonitions. What do you don't have to give a pick, Wolf, because I know you hate that, but what do you expect out of this series?
I do think that if they play through Diablo and Kellen has a good performance, BNK could take an upset game win. Maybe 2, but my official prediction is T1 3-0.
Okay, Umpty?
I do think T1 is going to win. But I think the game is going to be very fun and competitive because I think Fear are actually really good at conquering the land. So I think there's going to be a lot of fights and it's going to be so fun.
Well, we got to see a lot of stuff from today's action, including a LCK 2026 Cup first, a loss for Gen G, a game loss for Gen G. Again, they were undefeated going into it. So maybe we'll see some other interesting new firsts tomorrow. T1 versus BNK Fearax. Y'all, don't forget, it's Valentine's Day. So thank you for spending it with us. And if you haven't bought anything already for the one that you care about, make sure you go do that right now on behalf of everyone here at the LCK. See you later. Bye-bye.